Hello, I think I should be streaming. Let me send the streaming notification thing again so we can wait for people to start filtering in again. At Vape Enthusiast. Okay, that has been posted. And now let's give it a moment and let people show up. Hello, Rich FTW. Hello, Code JB Goad. It's currently 5:20 my time. I think I'm gonna give people a couple minutes to show up, and then we'll get started again. Hello, R9G. Hello, Forhawk. Hello, Link We Trust. Rich M says, do you think we'll have custom firmware in some form on the Switch too? I mostly don't expect that. We'll see, but I mostly don't expect it. Hi, Lord Freaky. I don't speak Spanish, so I have no idea what you said. Yeah, well, I appreciate it, CodeJB Goad. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. It's largely just gonna be me ranting to myself and doing a bunch of technical work, but I think that's fun. Anyway, yeah, let's give it another like 2 minutes, I want to say, and then we'll really get at it. So, by the way, there have been some changes here since I was streaming last night. And maybe the hardware Rich, I don't really think so. I mean, the Switch 2 is very resilient to voltage glitching attacks in particular, at least on the bootloader, in a way that the Switch 1 is not. So I mostly just don't expect it. Yeah, I mean, why have a hypervisor when you can have a microkernel that only has like 600 or 700 functions? That's like, I don't know, a couple hundred kilobytes where you can actually audit every function and actually get them right. It's just, why have a hypervisor? It's not necessary. Yeah, Nintendo's based. But I'm not worried about the Switch 2 for now. That's a much further in the future problem, and also probably a problem for someone else. Hello, Frank to Ocean. Yeah, I sorry you have to wait. I'll be making sure I do what I can to make your wait as short as possible, but it's gonna be a wait. There's a bunch of stuff to do. There is so much stuff to do like you guys wouldn't believe. So since last night, I fixed the IPC scripts, and so I now actually have a proper IPC diff that isn't, you know, garbage. And I noticed, unfortunately, let me see here, that there are loader changes, and this is a loader PM change. So let me actually note this here. And this implies PM changes, since this is a call from LDR PM. So we're gonna have to deal with that. So let's get loader and PM stuff in here somewhere. And then besides that, I decided, you know what? Let's just get the initial lay of the land. Let's see where things are at. And so I hooked up my console. I updated it, and I took a build from this virtual machine and copied it onto my console. I added a little logging, and you know, just see where it gets. I do this for most new updates, and well, let's just say that it's not looking good. So I hope you guys can see that. I get UART logs via the left Joy-Con port. I have a left Joy-Con custom firmware that logs over Bluetooth to my PC. And so this is a log from running on my actual console. And we are getting errors when it tries to launch the initial programs. If I go down here, let me actually just search for log. Is probably the easiest way to do it. Yeah, so it's trying to launch these initial programs so that the SD card can get up, and they are returning F601. And F601 is port remote closed, and it's what you get as a result if you send an invalidly formatted IPC command and then the server closes your session. So there is apparently some IPC change that we haven't noticed that is causing us to get immediately rejected when trying to launch programs. So that's delightful. I don't really know what's causing it, but tracking that down is going to be pretty high on the list of priorities. And I might even try to track this down before I start on the kernel implementation, just because it would be nice to be able to compile kernels as I'm doing them and see that boot is getting decently far as a way of verifying that, you know, my kernel changes haven't broken everything. And so that's kind of my inclination is that I'm first going to investigate this this F601 error when I try to launch these programs, and then go from there to kernel. So F601 and launching pre-SD card programs from boot to editing PM. I could increase my microphone volume again a little bit. I think that this is just a problem with my streaming setup where my microphone is not really close enough to where I'm actually sitting and talking. I can do it a little more, but yeah, okay. There, I turned up the gain even more, but I've already turned it up a bunch, and we're getting very close to the maximum gain that OBS allows me to do. So, yeah. Yeah, audio is janky. I apologize. I turned it up a little again, but you know, I can only do what I can. Hello. Okay, more and more people are filtering in. We are now at 5 minutes past the start. I vape. Let's go. I think that I am going to start by doing this. So what I know is that I'm getting F601 when these calls happen. And I don't know why, so we are just going to do this the really stupid way. We're going to add a shitload of logging. We're just going to add so many logs. It's going to be a disgusting amount of logs. Just talk louder. Easy yell for 6 hours straight. God, I would, but, you know, So I have a minor cold right now, and my wife has a worse cold, and she is very, very nicely hanging out downstairs while I'm doing this. And I don't want to be even more annoying than I already am while I'm doing this. Hey, ThomasNet. Okay. But yeah, so let's go ahead and get at it. I'm going to do the really stupid thing of just copy-pasting this log function into every file where I need it, because I don't want to deal with figuring out a better way to do that. Okay, and so let's add some logging. The thing that's returning F601, just to get everyone caught up, I'm investigating an F601. I'm launching pre-SD card programs from boot 2. And I've got, this is a PuTTY window hooked up to UART output from my actual console. And yeah, so I'm just going to kind of add a bunch of logs in these functions kind of excessively until I figure out where the error is happening. So let's see. Which program am I actually calling? I think it's PM shell launch program. Yeah, it is. Okay. So let's go here. I go to launch program. Yeah, so that calls launch program impl. Firebird thing says, I find it crazy you use Notepad++. Hey, SlackPixel. Notepad++ is based. I don't think you need anything else, right? It's the perfect editor. It has everything you could possibly need. It's got, you can type characters in it. Like, look at that. You can type things into it. What more do you need? But anyway. Okay. log. Why not use Notepad? Because Notepad is made by Microsoft. And the only Microsoft program I use is Windows, because Windows is based, but nothing else is. Okay. And if we got to this point, then we have a called get program info. Just to be clear, 20.info isn't supported by AMSIR at the moment. Correct, Firebird thing. I am working on adding support right now. Checked is application. This can't fail. This can, so let's say we called in program. But this also doesn't really make any sense because this is a loader function which we implement. Just in the middle if we got there. Prepare to launch program. Memory resource limits. Did resource available. Process. I'm gonna have to undo a bunch of these logs later, but I have no idea what could possibly be erroring at this point. So we're just gonna go absolutely nuts with process logging. And hopefully we will be able to determine from this what's failing. And hopefully I only have to do like this kind of add tons of logs thing once or twice. Yeah, exactly. I think this is my best bet. Start with SM. And I think that's everything. So why don't I go ahead and build. Oh yeah, okay, so Masan, I am not having this visible all the time, but I copied a build from this VM onto my machine and added some logging, and it gets pretty far, but then when boot tries to launch the pre-SD card programs, I get these F601s from boot 2 launching program, and so that's in here. And so, like, when it tries to launch the initial programs that aren't, you know, KIPs, it's getting F601. And so I'm guessing that some FS IPC changed, and we don't see it because it's invisible in the IPC difference or something. IDK Icarus says, do you ever get the feeling that programmers are Nintendo trying to make it harder to reverse into the OS? Not really. I mean, they delete symbols sometimes. Definitely, I got that feeling when they made the JIT system module no longer have symbols linked into it a couple updates ago. Maybe that was the last update. Anyway, it annoyed me. That definitely felt that way. But other than that, no, I don't really get that sense. They don't do obfuscation. Okay, and that's built now. So let me copy this. And this is a little jank because I need to copy this to the SD card of my Switch, which is connected to my host. But that's fine. Okay, it's now done. Let me enable this for you guys. Okay, so you guys can see that spam is coming in, and that's because when I disconnect the USB port from Hecate, my Hecate tries to talk to the Joy-Con, and it causes spam. It's just, you learn to live with it. Don't worry about it. Okay, so let's try booting now. Okay, well, I guess most of that was unnecessary. since I guess git program info is failing. That is funny. Funny that it is the very first thing. Okay, well, it can't be, this IPC can't be wrong, because this IPC is hosted by Atmosphere, so I guess I'm gonna have to go into Loader, and see what's going on there and add more logging in Loader now. Firebird Thing says, you think a cold boot is ever possible? I don't really have any hope for it, to be honest. There have been a couple bugs, actually, over time that have been promising. Right, like on lower firmwares, the settings system module doesn't check the save file size that it reads from, and will just read the entire file into its memory, and you can do a heap overrun in settings that way on cold boot. But there's nothing interesting after the buffer in memory, so there's nothing you can corrupt that actually gives execution, which sucks. Yeah, there's been stuff like that. I don't think it's likely that we'll ever see a cold boot, but, like, you know, it's not completely impossible. There have been bugs. Yeah, exactly. It's one of the things that just went nowhere. Okay. So let's add logging to Loader now. God, I love logging. Okay. Let's go to Loader service. Copy this in. You could technically call RCM x86 cold boot Fire Dragon, but I think when people say cold boot, they mean untethered, and the RCM exploit is a tethered exploit. So, you know, you could call it that, but you'd be misleading. Yeah, PK1 loader hacks is another one of those things that, you know, looks really promising, and then, you know, too big of a brute force, yada yada. So what's wrong with it now? Neko asks. I added logging, and you can see here that PM says it's launching the program, and then I don't get any further logs, which means that it's failing when I'm calling Atmosphere get program info. So now I'm going to add logs to Loader. So Hecate is broken. I mean, I don't make Hecate. I am debugging Atmosphere components. Let's see. I think it's Atmosphere get program info is what's actually getting called here, isn't it? How do I do this? Yeah, okay. Atmosphere get program info just calls the implementation there. Okay. And this just defers to this. So let us add some logging. Thank you, ThomasNet, for copy pasting a file name. I don't know what you're trying to say there, but thank you. Every time I try reverse engineering, I throw my computer out the window. Oh, that sounds really bad for your computer. Probably expensive. Don't really recommend. I guess this just defers immediately into this. Well, still. Platform. Hachimari says, do you have any formal CS education? This has always been a hobby. This is a hobby. This is not my formal specialty. Redirected program path. Arguments. Okay, and then let's actually go into the process creation, because that's where I implement the other thing. How do you debug and test source builds? Is it like tether the switch via USB in some sort of dummy mode? Okay, so to answer that, I have an actual console hooked up, and I have a custom firmware on my left Joy-Con, so that when I write to the UART port connected to the left Joy-Con broadcasts anything that I write there over Bluetooth to my PC. And then I have like a debug kernel hooked up that logs to that port, and yeah, so this is like an actual physical console that has a custom firmware on its left Joy-Con hooked up to it. I don't want to talk too much about my career. I'm here for hacking stuff. I know people find it interesting, but it's just like I'll get sidetracked, and I want to keep my head on the hacking stuff. Okay, let's go to get program info. Oh, could you be asked, how do I find that I like things like this? I'm obsessed with Pokemon. I'm autistic. I'm obsessed with Pokemon. It's one of my special interests. And I got really into Pokemon cheating and hacking, and then you couldn't do that on the 3DS, and that is the source of all this, is that I wanted to hack in Pokemon X and Y, and I couldn't. Yes. And Firebird, it's just because the UART port, it's very easy to do logging to a UART port, and there is a Joy-Con logged up to the UART port, and that's easier than soldering. I think it's based on patches to the original Joy-Con firmware. Someone else made it for me, so I don't actually understand it that well. And R9G, I think the BSD sockets system module copies from FreeBSD and nothing else does. Favorite Pokemon is wishy-washy. But okay, I'm gonna go back to paying attention to adding logging to this because I wanna make progress here. Mounting code. Meta. Loaded meta. Let's go into get it from meta. Okay. This can't fail, so I think that's enough. I sometimes do that Firebird thing, but I prefer to do it this way. It's easier for me, and especially when I'm adding so much logging, I don't want to have to keep track of what line means what, especially across different modules. That just sounds sad. And yeah, Misan, it was Deer who made the Joy-Con custom firmware. Okay, now let's go ahead and copy what we just built to my console. Okay, and then let's let you guys see the logs and start launching the console. Hey Aurora, yeah, I vape. Okay, so it is in code mounting. It's not unsurprising. That kind of makes sense to me, I think. You can see that it's the result of trying to mount that code file system. So I bet that FSP loader's mount code changed under the hood, and I just can't see it. create a custom switch, custom firmware. Can you also hack the federal database? No idea. I'm really not interested in that kind of thing. Okay, so I think the only way that it could ever be possible to fail is in, right, because if I actually go to my like code mount stuff, you can call the program path, the platform content attributes, non-code for atmosphere, yeah, right, because I mostly just mount stuff that can never fail. So it should be fs mount code on the code verification data, code name, content path, content attributes, program ID. Okay, so I am pretty sure that this is going to be some difference in the file system module, and in particular in this call. So let me think about how I want to handle this for a moment. There are a lot of ways that I can go about doing this, and I think that some of them are a lot smarter than others, right? Because I could, if I actually look at the IPC stuff here, I go to yes, custom proxy. Where is first for loader? So it should be, I think, one of these that's failing. It should be this one that's failing. And it's taking 16 invites. And is that different from what it was before? Nissan says, if it's an IPC marshalling error, was this command changed in your IPC diff? So, no, but the IPC diff is also kind of shallow in a way, Nissan. Right? If I look at this, it says, oh, actually, yes, it was. Why didn't this get caught? Does my script not notice when these things change? Jesus. Okay, before and after. It takes in buffer, output buffer. Afterwards, it, interesting. Okay, I think 6 is an output buffer, but what was the input buffer before? Oh, it was taking in a path before, wasn't it? What the fuck was the path that it was passing before? Content path, get program path. Interesting. How does that possibly work if it doesn't have a path anymore, right? Because if I remember right, the this like get program path thing gets the path from LR, so we need to specify an actual NCA. First off, I don't know why this wasn't caught by the diffing. I assume my diffing script just doesn't know about, like, oh yeah, a buffer was removed. So yeah, no, this is totally missed here. So good to know that my diffing script doesn't catch when things change like that, which is really unfortunate. Maybe I should fix that. I mean, the diff server is so simplified, though. Right, it's, God, I hate that this is the kind of code that I write when I don't think I need to maintain it, guys. This is shitty, you know, poorly named code that is just designed to be written once and then never edited. Okay, when I check is different. Interesting. I really have no idea how it thinks these are the same when they're clearly and visibly different. Right, I mean, this has 1 buffer, this has 2 buffers. Lovely. Okay, I'm not going to try to debug this script. I'm just going to try to figure out... Man, what could it possibly be doing there? I guess does FS do the program path getting now? Yeah, I guess probably Thomas. It must just be that FS is responsible now for getting the path, right? Because I guess that this logic is not actually necessary per se. Yeah, I mean, right, because this just, it gets the content attributes, it passes in all this shit. I would bet that is almost certainly correct, that FS is just doing this itself now. Fascinating. I mean, there's a relatively easy way to test that, I think, which would just be for debugging here. If I go over here to fsloader.c, and I go to open code file system, and then I do if JS version at least 2000, then I return, if I remove the input buffer and just ignore it, which should, I think, be okay. Let's see what that does here. Man, that's fascinating. I'm not sure if this is going to rebuild properly. It might need to rebuild all of Stratosphere, which would be really annoying, but not totally unsurprising. Okay, well, it didn't rebuild Stratosphere, probably because I didn't edit any headers. So if I just go in here and I you know, trash, this is not the way that you should do this, by the way, guys, but I'm lazy and I don't want to figure out how to do incremental builds this, like, smart way, so we're gonna do them the stupid way, by deleting the build objects. Aisha Noah says, just wondering, will the update be done this live or will take a couple more lives? I don't know, Code Script. I would really strongly guess it'll take more. Ah, jeez, what the fuck is happening here? In this function, remote file system proxy. I probably need to rebuild up Stratosphere. Fuck me. Okay. Fine. This is absolutely not how you're supposed to do this, but we're really going for the minimal minimal rebuild here. I will give up and do a proper rebuild if this doesn't work also. No, fuck it, I'll just do a proper rebuild. But also, anyway, I should know. I think this is probably going to take several streams. There's a lot of stuff to do. Frank Gerson says, ever tried using AI for help? I really hate AI, so no, I'm not going to do that. What? Why is that failing? Use parameter S. God damn it. Okay. I don't know what's going on with libstratosphere here, but I think that I'm just going to do a make clean. Hassan says, are the libnx sources in your VM up to date? I think they are, as far as I know. Yeah, because I think they are. Oh, I see. No, they're not. Thank you. Whoopsies. That would explain a lot. That would super explain a lot. I wonder if that's why things weren't working in the first place. Okay, what is the possible merge conflict here? I see. Okay. Well, this looks annoying to deal with, so I'm just going to do it again. Man, that's such a stupid thing to lose so much time to, if true. Thank you. Thank you very much, Masan, for pointing out the incredibly basic fact that my VM's libnx was last updated 4 years ago. Jesus Christ. You think I would have noticed that? God, that's stupid. This is why we're live. Anyway, let it be said, I'm a high skill individual. This is what you get when I'm in charge. Super funny. Okay. With that in mind, I should do a fresh build then in general. It's probably going to rebuild all of Stratosphere. And yeah, I see crazy amounts of people who think the Switch 2 is going to be hacked trivially, and they'll be doing homebrew or custom firmware stuff immediately. And it is crazy. Those people are in for a very rude awakening, I feel. I think the Switch 2 is probably not going to be hacked for a long time, you know, if ever. That's my honest prediction. Super Garage Gamer says, I updated my Switch. I'm dumb. Well, you made a mistake. I don't know that you're dumb, but yeah, you just gotta wait. Firebird says, why so? It has really strong hardware defenses against voltage glitching. The boot processor is completely untrusted and runs dual-core lockstep anyway. NVIDIA has a custom RISC-V processor that they've claimed formal verification on, and also has dual-core lockstep that's actually in charge of security. So voltage glitching is a lot more problematic, and there aren't any software bugs. So, yeah. Yeah, they call it NV RISC-V. They also call it Peregrine. It's the successor to their Falcon processor. Fiber thing. The boot process is all public. You can look up the Orin boot process from NVIDIA. They publish it for T234. And they also gave a bunch of YouTube presentations on NV Risk 5 a couple years ago during the pandemic. Economic says it can be modded if the link from the factory. Actually, no. My understanding of the switch stuff is that it should be like robustly secure even to factory tool leaks. So I don't think it would matter if those leaked. Well, I agree, StuckPixel, that DCLS just makes things less consistent, but I also think that, right, like, when you think about hacking a console, right, like, sure, you can probably get a voltage glitch to succeed once with a low probability and a lot of time, but you're not going to have a reliable, like, mod chip that automatically voltage glitches on boot, which means the console isn't hacked in the sense of people being able to run a custom firmware, which is what people mean. So you're obviously technically correct, StuckPixel, but not in the sense that anyone who's, like, having this conversation means it. Ashinoa says, if you got a Discord server, yeah, it's called Reswitched. Man, Atmosphere takes so long to build. I know this is partially because I'm in a VM, so it's building 4 times slower than normal because I have to make J12 instead of J48. But this is a long time. Okay, the Ampere joke is a good one. Thank you, Drew Shubston. No, Neko. That's not how any of this works. 317 says, what are we building? We are building my custom firmware for the Switch, which I have just done some stuff that requires a full recompile to fix. Right now, I'm trying to add support for the new system firmware update, and we're getting errors, and we are, adding logging and stuff to try to figure out how to solve these errors. Unity builds would probably speed this up quite a lot. There's a lot that you could do to speed up Atmosphere's build process, but speeding up a build process is not something that I really understand how to do very well, and we're constrained that I'm kind of the only person who does this stuff. If someone wanted to pull request a rewrite of the build system that made it way faster, I would probably gladly accept it. But I think this is about as good as we can do with me as the author of the build system. Okay, seems like that is built now. So let me copy that out onto my console, which I know you guys can't see this. Are you the sole author for Atmosphere? I thought there was a Reswitch team. So in practice, I'm Atmosphere's only developer. I mean, HexKYZ does stuff for it also. But no one else has meaningfully worked on Atmosphere in at least 5 or 6 years. Okay, so let's get this visible for you guys again, and let's try launching this console now. Mr. Person 01 says, why are you running on a VM? I'm just running on a VM because I'm streaming, and that is a lot easier for me to work with than the alternative. Okay, interesting. I'm getting AO8 when I try to launch stuff now. which is good because it's not an IPC error. And now the real question is, what the fuck is A08? Let's see, is that on the... What module is 8? I forget, how do I do this? Results. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Do this every time. So regards gamers, how long does something like this take? It'll probably be several days, I expect. It's an LR error. Okay. I wonder. This definitely isn't taking in a content path anymore. Okay, how is it possibly returning an error code that I don't even know about? I don't see how A08 can possibly be returned when I re-implement NCM. Yeah, there probably are corresponding NCM and LR changes, Misan. But what I don't understand is how error code A08 could be returned if A08 is error 5 in the LR module, and I implement NCM, and that's not present. But okay, this is a rabbit hole. I think that an hour on this is probably not the best use of my time, just because this is a debugging task, and I keep getting distracted by talking to you guys. And while I love you all, I think that I should just start on the kernel stuff and worry about this later. I want to solve this, and I will have to solve this to get it done. But I want to stew on this, because I want to think about this instead of just going, huh, I wonder what that could mean for another couple hours. So, with that in mind, let's get our to-do document up here. Okay. To-do. A08. I think it's very funny that we would have got an F601 anyway, Misan, just due to outdated outdated LemonX, but there were actual changes in that function anyway. Very funny. Very, very funny. Okay, but yeah. So here's how I usually do kernel stuff. I make a separate window, and I call it usually turn to-do.text. And I'm going to delete stuff from here as I implement it in Mesosphere. And this is my preferred method of doing all this. DNI SMY says, it must be Misan, but I don't want to do file system services research right now, so we're going to do kernel. Is your current previous real job related to this? No, this is all just hobby stuff. I've sunk like 10,000 hours into this as a hobby. And, you know, I love it. Okay, so let's see. What in here looks appealing to do first? Sphere. First off, let's just do a debug build to get ourselves started. Okay, I think I already built it debug. Inverted booleans in system control and k-target system logic. Yes, yes. Okay. Let's get the kernel open. So, strictly speaking, I don't have to implement this one, but I'm going to anyway because I'm really particular about trying to be really, really accurate. Let's get our other window open here and just get started. Libraries, Mesosphere, include Mesosphere, kern k target system. So they inverted all this logic for, I'm not really sure, any good reason. But that's fine. That just means we've got to invert everything. Super funny. How hard do you think to make it, to hijack virtual game features to make it load? That's not possible. 13 to 1 time mesh. That is crazy. Is not debug mode. I really have no idea why they did this. Set initialized, false. And how do I actually use these, right? Because if we look at like not debug mode, that'll be used by like this. So how do you go about this sort of thing where two different versions of mutually exclusive change? Do you forward the new changes or do you document somehow? For the kernel, I just do whatever's the latest. If it's needed for backwards compatibility, I do compatibility stuff, but I just make the kernel reflect the latest version of the kernel. Could their compiler have inverted conditions for some reason or optimizations? I don't think so, CRX channel, because they changed the storage layout of this as well, and I don't think the compiler is allowed to modify the storage format of volatile booleans. It might be because they want 0 to represent the... Yeah, it probably has something to do with, like... They're probably worried about the system ending up in some weird state where stuff isn't set correctly, and they're trying to make it fail deadly instead of... Or they're trying to make it fail safe instead of fail deadly, I think. Okay, so... Right, because if we can like case schedule activate, they check that this is equal to 0. So uninitialized or false, and then invert that. This is so jank. Initialized. These all become ors. Yeah, exactly, Masan. This is a big De Morgan's Law moment. I mean, this is functionally the same, but I don't know. They just inverted the representation in memory for some reason. No, this definitely has nothing to do with game sharing stuff. I see. This is so distant from that. No, Nintendo's never left me the equivalent of a middle finger. Okay, and where does this actually get initialized? The time they like shipped a bunch of symbols was probably a time they left me, you know, a pointer finger. Okay, yeah, it gets set in case system control, which makes sense. This is just so strange. I mean, let me just check this, right? Yeah, okay, so they said not is debug mode, and then they said disable logging to the same thing. And then all of these enables become disables, and these get inverted, and that gets uninverted. But call SMC on panic actually was not inverted. That one stays the same. And I think I can do the checks here the same. That is, I don't think I actually need to invert these checks. I mean, they probably do invert them, don't they? Don't forget the comments. We're in debug mode. Not in debug mode. We don't finish logging. So stupid. That's funny. Funny. I think, I mean, these are all gonna stay the same, I think. I don't really feel the need to invert all of these. So I think they can stay the same other than this. So let's check if that builds. Which I think it probably should. Okay, is debug mode, right. I forgot that I changed that one too. But if I actually go to ktarget system here, yeah, okay, they do initialize it to false, true. And they also do that for the Mersenne twister, which I don't understand why. But I think that might be case system control base in my code. Hey, but okay, system control base. Yeah. So am I just going to like invert all of these? No, DNS, my Nintendo's operating system is really modular, and Atmosphere doesn't interact with that stuff. So the existing modules will be used, and that's fine. Atmosphere reimplements a bunch of the modules, but not anything that has to do with like game string or virtual card. I don't need to care about that at all. It's really funny because people keep being like, oh yeah, that's gonna cause problems for you, and I'm just like, no, it's not. I don't care about it. It's not gonna have any impact on Atmosphere. It's just licensing stuff. Do I really want to invert this? Okay, I'll invert this. Uninitialized random generator. So fucking strange. So strange. Maybe you want to be consistent. I used an initialized here. So I think that's probably fine. I don't understand the purpose of this change, if I'm being honest. Usually I look at a kernel change and I go, oh yeah, I understand what that's doing. But I don't understand this one. I agree, Misan. It's very strange. But, okay. That should be that. Seems legitimate. And that is that. Okay, let's see. I think we can group these into, like conceptually things that are separate. These are k address space info changes. And then we've got page table changes. Okay, let's see. System resource stuff. Exception handler stuff. I'm just separating this. Okay, ranking kernel changes based on how cringe they're based is great. Deferred cleanup of kernel objects is super based, Misan. You just don't understand it. To be fair, you need a very high IQ to watch Rick and deferred kernel objects, but it's a fantastic change. Okay, page table base. Okay, I think I'm gonna do the page table stuff last. But basically anything else here is fair game. Which of these would we like to see me do next? Oh, shit, I actually missed something in this diff. I forgot to say, do assembly is I don't know how to summarize this. I mean, this is the thing where they like uninlined the cache management functions. Let me add that, I guess, somewhere in here, as it's due. Okay, Misan suggests doing the third argument for k address space info. So yeah, why don't we knock out the address space info stuff? Zero source current k address space info. Let me also get a window for what mesospheres include folder. Yeah, this takes in a code size for begin. Let me double check this is always a code size, because I think it is. Yep. It's the code size there, it's the code size here, and it is the code size in create process. I mean, there's probably something like reserve size, but whatever. Well, I'm real BR. Yeah, if a switch 2 hack does come out, someone else can do atmosphere 2. I'm sticking to the switch 1. Okay. And then I've got to fix the collars. Okay, so we've obviously got the actual implementation, then we've got initial process reader, page table base, and SVC process. Let's handle those in order. Current K initial process reader. Are there any future plans for atmosphere after Nintendo stops adding this as one? I don't know. I'll cross those bridges when I get there. Address space start here, and then this also passes in the code size. So how's that calculated in this function? This will be a time to reimplement FS. I would love to. I don't know if it will, but I would love to. Let's see. So what do I do here? Oh, it's actually, oh, this is a number of pages. I see. Okay. So I think minimize this, minimize this. So this is the, it is the BSS. Yeah, okay, so BSS end or RW end. plus code address. And this is aligning up and then dividing by page size. Okay. This size. Start address is our X address. End address is this code num pages. So I've already calculated this way. Would it be particularly rude for me to just reuse this field? I guess that this is actually calling these before it's setting these fields now, which I don't usually care about stuff like that, so I'm not sure that it matters. Code address is in, size is here, and we check if it fits, and then we like do a generate random range. Okay. I have no idea what the proper way to say heck8 is. I say heck8, but I don't think it matters very much. Interesting that it sets the cutoff to 0 and then it sets it later to begin. Okay. Map start plus start address. And we abort unless start address is 0. That makes sense. Okay. It is the same thing that goes in. Because code address is map start plus start address is 0, and code num pages is end address minus start address, which is always our X address, aligned up to page size divided by page size. So I think I'm safe to do that. And then what do they actually do here? If abort unless code address divided by page size is plus code num pages is less than or equal to map end divided by page size. Yeah, so begin plus size, this is map end code address over page size plus code num pages is less than or equal to this. Yep. It says, hey, what's up? I'm thank you. I'm working on updating the kernel. Kernel alignments is okay. So I think that's that call site, and then what is next? It's an initializer process. Interesting. Why do I have this helper? Right, so that I don't have to mess the flags every time. And what do we do here? Space width is 39. Begin code size. Okay, so we pass code size in all cases. Wait, what the shit? What? Nintendo, I know you're not using this, but what the shit? You're passing in a size here. You're passing in a number of pages here. You're passing in a size here. I just... Nintendo, please. Okay, so this, I'm gonna say that this is a size because more call sites have it as a size. Oh, that's stupid. Yeah, I mean, it's unused, right? Okay, so my guess is that this is a debug assert, and I bet they are asserting that the code size is less than man, are they like asserting that it's less than this address space's size? Oh, I bet that they're asserting that getting the address and adding the code size doesn't overflow. But they definitely fucked up here somehow. Is there some reason you don't use an IDE and just use Notepad++? Yeah, because I prefer Notepad++. Notepad++ is super based. Passes the size to get address. Start. All sites pass number of pages here. And this is presumably only used for debug assertions. This is almost certainly a bug. Okay, this is silly. I think code size is just an argument, isn't it? Yeah, it is. And actually, I guess that means I don't even need to do this. I can just always pass code size here. I love Notepad++. Notepad++ is awesome. I strongly recommend Notepad++. It's also used in create process. Okay. Will you be snagging a Switch 2? I have 3 Switch 2s pre-ordered. Yes. Interesting, these are a single call site in here, but I think this is probably just Clang doing its magic. Clang often does this. Let's see, what is the code size here? Code num pages is params.code num pages. I already do this here, but I can just this one up here. Nice. Okay. I think this should basically do it for that one. Check that everything compiles. Is the thing in a functioning state? No, it is quite a ways away from being in a functioning state. Make calls open? I don't know, a lot of them. Don't worry about it. I work in a way that some people might call highly efficient, but it works for me. Sorry, I meant highly inefficient. I think it's highly efficient. Other people might disagree. Deans me. The 3 are because one of them's for playing games on, and 2 of them are for tinkering. One of them for updating to the day 1 firmware, and one of them for keeping it on the firmware in the box, just in case. You never know. I mean, I have the money, and I would rather not have to get one later. I actually expect that it will never be useful. I kind of think I'm just wasting money, but I have money to waste, and it makes me feel better. So, yep. Okay. So that handles this, and then we have to do the more complicated logic for get size, but that's also fine. Minito says, do you usually stream this process? I used to, but I haven't streamed this since 2021. So this is like the first time that I've been streaming this since many years ago. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? I kind of agree, Missan. I think that it's almost certainly, the same shit. But you never know. I'm looking forward to glitching those booleans they inverted. Classic. It's really interesting that they are just comparing directly to 32-bit without alias. But I guess do they already like and it or something? Yeah, they do. Okay. They already ended with the mask. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. Const auto. And size is this. I don't need beta testing stuff. Don't worry about it. I'll do a pre-release when we're getting close to that point, and people will test then. Okay. What this is doing. Yeah, okay, I see. With this is going to be yeah, Deviak. I make sure that my modules are ABI compatible with Nintendo's. I think I'm gonna do this as a switch. Okay, and that should be correct. Are these 20% of my kernel patches fully your work, by the way? Yes, I created them on stream yesterday, Thomas. That was most of yesterday's stream, was me diffing the kernel and creating these notes. No one else was involved in them. I mean, you can see me type all of them in the VOD from yesterday. Okay. Where's this called? Right, because we need to check all the callers to make sure that stuff is being handled correctly. Create process parameter. What even is this? Okay. Well, so this just says map, so that's not going to matter, right? Because I guess I'm a little confused here. This should be the flags. This should be... What? Oh, that's is 64-bit, which is being used to determine whether it's getting mapped small or large. Okay, that's a really annoying way of encoding that, but I do understand. Damien, there is no ETA. The ETA is when it's done. The ETA is probably in a few days. There's a lot of stuff to do. But anyway, I don't think I need to make changes in this call site. And then in initialize for process, I'm definitely gonna have to do some initialize per param. This is, yeah, greatly simplified. Okay. Hello, George City Cheese. Cancel this. Process initialize param. Okay. Looks like I always set it here. So now this is okay, address space info, get address space size. Yeah, okay. Never should get this up and running in the first place. Lots and lots of work. Where are the flags coming from? Is application. And then also in create process. Is this doing anything interesting? Get size. Okay, that is the heap or none. Yeah, map 39-bit or small. But where is heap getting used? So that's kind of confusing. So what's this actually doing here, right? Because this is doing essentially the same thing for all of these, right? So for 32-bit, 32-bit without alias, and 64-bit deprecated, and 64-bit. Zero and 4, that makes sense. They take 0, 0. Case 2 also does map small, so that makes sense. I mean, this could be a fall through, but that's fine. And then this does map start is size. Map size is type heap. Okay. I actually think this is all the same, and this shouldn't need changes to this logic because this is only called in the case where it's a 64-bit address space. I mean, this is map start. This is map size. This is well, so where's this? This is actually the map size, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So where's this checked? Because we see after they check the system resource pages are greater than 0. If we enable the alias region exercise, then we check all this stuff. Check for overflow. Okay, yeah, we do check it there. Okay, I don't think I need to make any changes here then. And then the place where I actually will need to make changes is going to be in the page table base, so that makes sense. Hi, Lula. Okay, we know things should be the same for the case we have a 39-bit address space, which makes sense. We do stack a stack, map region size, this, do get again on map 39-bit to get the code size, we get the code region end. How much more you got to do? Because of less than half W work, I am nowhere near halfway done. There is so much work to do. I'm gonna have to be streaming for several days. I'm gonna be probably doing 5 or 6 hour streams for several days, which is fine. Thanks, Masan. You know, always a pleasure to have you around. They should all be the same. So what is different here now? Yeah, so we used to add the alias region size to the heap region size if we had this, and now we just don't need to do this. So I think I can delete this. And then besides that, it should all be the same. Yeah. That seems substantively correct to me. Where did I do that wrong? Okay, gotta cast it, right? And that's in line 224, okay. How many people are watching this? I know I tweeted this, but chat is a lot more active tonight than it was last night, and I'm very curious how many people are watching this. 113. Okay, so that's like double last night. That explains why chat is so much more active. Okay. Chat just wants to vape. God, I vape. By the way, tomorrow my time zone is a holiday in most of Europe. Oh, interesting. What holiday is it? Do you guys celebrate May Day? Is that a real thing? I mean, granted, I know very little about holidays, which is a stupid thing to say, but, you know, I don't pay attention to holidays in the slightest. Is May Day, like, a real thing that people actually celebrate and get time off for? But, okay. Okay. Which of these should I do next? I'm happy to do them in, you know, whatever people are interested in seeing next. If you have no idea what any of this means, then don't worry about it. CRT 0 stuff sounds interesting. Sure, I can do the CRT 0 stuff. I don't have to pull this every time. I'm just going to see what people say first. If you're paying more active attention and therefore talking faster, congrats. You have a stronger say over what I do. Language assembly. Okay. So for this, it's assembly, and we just want to have, you know, matching assembly, basically. So we're basically just going to do an assembly comparison. I'll do this, and then I'll do user space assembly stuff afterwards. Actually, I think I'm going to have this on. This is going to be here. Man, I'm so used to working on my two 1440p monitors that the 1080p virtual machine feels a little constricting. Not gonna lie. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna start dive set. Yep. Store arguments. Yep. Check if we're one. And otherwise, branch. Right, and we have the infinite loop over EL2. Otherwise, we're done. So that's fine. This is just the usual deprivileging stuff. Okay. And can you not full screen the VM? I probably could. I think tomorrow, Tenebrio, I'm going to probably make my VM screen bigger. I think I would need to edit my OBS streaming setup to make it bigger right now, and I don't want to figure out how to do that right this second. But I think when I stream tomorrow, I'm going to make this take up a full screen because it is so weird not having as much space as I'm used to. Okay. So it looks like the main change is that previously this was all done in one function where we, you know, disable the MMU and iCache, and then we set scontroller. And I think this is, yeah, so this is disable the MMU, and they've separated the disable MMU and they separated the actual cache from the like flush entire cache, which isn't entirely unreasonable. right? Like if I look at this, I see that this is, yep, move x30, x23. And then it just branches to this, and then it does this, and does this. So I think that I can probably just inline this in the two places that it actually lands. Okay. What do I want to call this? I guess this is actually flush entire data cache for that stack. This is disable MMU and caches. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to just remove this logic from here. And I think that this now remains correct. And then let's go to the callers. Okay, and we want this code to be done now. And where else is this called? Well, I guess I can just keep going down the line. Yeah, here we are. Okay. Which I need to cache that stack. ICIL, UIS, DSPSY, ISB, disable MMU and caches. Okay. Then I have to do target firmware stuff, which Nintendo doesn't, so we ignore that. Then move x21 0, we nop. Then we invoke kernel loader, and this is all right. And then we BLR x3. Okay. Move x4, x21. Interesting, they move 0 into the current thread register here. So let's do that. Here. X18 0. Then move x0 into x1, move x21 into x0. I perform the indirect call into initialize 0. Then we move x0 into x0, or XZR into X0. That's weird to say out loud, but yeah, move XZR into X0, nop, and then do an indirect call using X16 and X24 to get the initial argument address. We load the stack pointer and set it. And then it looks like there's actually a nop before this indirect call. Let me just double check that the indirect relative call macro doesn't have a nop. Okay, it doesn't. Cool. Call initialize 1, move XZR into X0, nop, and get the initial arguments. We load x1, we load x0, we load x3 using the system register. Just ignore that this is equals 0. Let me just double check. Yeah, that's a move. This equals because it's doing a PC relative load into the region here for the system registers, and this is Number 0 because this is an actual immediate. I mean, I'm still going to check that because I don't trust IDA. Really? What did I do wrong? Yeah, okay, that looks right. What the fuck are you guys talking about? I've been like locked in on this assembly, and I come back to like you guys like talking about SSDs, and one of you going, I use Arch BTW. You just crack me up. But okay, system register, DSPSY, ISB, PRX1, and then we branch. And then we've got start other core. So this is now correct, I think. I love ARM converter. ARM converter is based. Move x0 index 20. Yeah, we do the EL check dance, which should always be the same. Then we've got the same change here for this cache check, where we want to do this. Yep, flush entire cache let stack. Do that. Do this. And then, yeah, okay, we set up all the system registers, TTBR, TTBR1, TCR, MAIR. And then there's manufacturer ID setup. That should all be correct. Restricting need, compare it for ARM limited. Check the part number, 57, 853. It is, then we set the A controller. So this is a known difference that I have between us and the other one, and us and Nintendo, is that we set the register instead of comparing it. And I'm not planning on changing that. This is because we might actually not have it set to the same value. Known difference, which I should actually note. Nintendo compares these values instead of setting them on correct value. Okay, and for instruction consistency, yep. Then we, interesting. Oh, right, I forget they do the X3 load before here. It's fine that we're in a different order. Okay, X2, X1, X0. Yep. We set that. We do TSPSY, LSB. Yep. Set the stack pointer. And we should clear the thread pointer again. BLR X1. Branch. Okay, they've got the metadata and the kernel map. And we can, oh yeah, this is why we have this, is for the QEMU board. That's why I set instead of doing comparisons. I would love to remove this, especially since we're now doing Tegra QEMU instead of having like a QEMU virtual board, but I'll cross that bridge at another date. Disable MMU and caches. 30 next 22, yep. That all seems good. Okay. Flush entire data cache without stack. Have they moved this to a different location? Did they just fuck around with the order of this? Because this is shared and local. Shared, local, and then without. Okay. Stuck pixel, which second clear are you talking about? Are you talking about up here this. So this is a start other core, which is run on cores 1 to 3 when they're starting up, and this is start core 0, which is run on core 0 when it's starting up. So this function runs on core 0 when turning on the console, and this runs on all the other cores. So it needs to be cleared in both cases. Okay. Shared, flash local, flash without stack. Yeah, right, and they inline this, but the logic is the same, so I'm not gonna change that right now. I mean, I could in principle inline this, but I'd really rather not, since we do the same thing. Are we doing the same thing? Let me check this. MSL by 1. There actually isn't a sign extend here anymore, which is okay. A MSR, CSLR. Instruction barrier. Move CCS IDR in here. Do a BFX. What is this doing? Oh, okay. Numsets is being gotten earlier for them. So that's fine. That's fine. Do CLZ. Check the line size plus 4. And get the number of sets, way 0. CSW. Yeah, this is all the same stuff. Okay, I'm not gonna make mine be identical to theirs right now, because I don't think that's necessary, but this is functionally equivalent. Okay. I think that should be it for the CRT0 changes. Let me try building. You almost definitely just heard my wife sneeze just now. Okay. No, we both have colds right now. Hers is definitely worse than mine. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it just means that streaming is a little strange, because I feel super tired and, you know, my throat hurts a little bit, but it's fine. We're rolling with it. I expect that the Switch 2's firmware will be labeled 1.0.0 on launch. Also, I think the Switch firmware probably has a 19... I think the Switch 2 probably starts with like 19.0.0. Probably. But they'll call it 1.0.0 anyway, probably. I am guessing. No, the switch 2 will obviously not include piracy patches. Don't be stupid. Okay. That's here to 0. Let's do the user space access stuff, since I think I said I would do that next. I don't know what leaked internal software short means, jabroni. So I probably have not seen it. I think they removed all the clear memory stuff, right? Yeah, they just straight up removed all of the clear memory functions, which is very funny. And I think what we're gonna want to do here is we are going to do it like this. Okay, yeah, please don't use ChatGPT in my chat. It's stupid. And if you're just talking about the factory software, it's totally uninteresting. It has literally no relevance to anyone here. Okay. So here's how we're going to do this. We are going to add this impl class and make this call the implementations. And then I'm going to update a bunch of names in assembly. And I think that should basically do it. Oops. That one I don't need. Let me actually go to the user space access, so I want to make sure these are in order. The factory housing software is totally uninteresting. Yeah, I think that you guys are kind of trolling if you think that it's interesting. Okay, so the supervisor one is right after the normal 32-bit sized, which makes sense. I think it almost all takes in register size, so I can do this for a lot of them. Yeah, people who think there's going to be custom firmware early on or really at all are trolling. But, you know, whatever. Yeah, you're probably right that they're not trolling, they're just stupid, but, you know, at the end of the day, what's the difference to me? Whoops. Nice. I don't think you needed to make a Twitch account to watch this. You should have been able to, you know, just watch it, but I guess you wanted to chat. Yeah, people don't understand how lucky we got with the Switch. They are going to be in for a very rude awakening. Thank you, Bene. I appreciate it. Okay, now let's actually look at the assembly for this. Source, Chrome 64, space access, assembly. And mod chips would have existed without fuse delay. We knew about the voltage glitching target well before the USB boot ROM bug was found. The other issue about was the browser on like less than 5.0. I think there were issues. Okay, so we're gonna do something a little ill-advised, but I think will work. I think if I do this right, I can just have a really easy life. Then I want to replace 15 user space access with 15 user space access for impl. And then that probably just about does it. I mean, let's check that the order is right for our functions. Copy memory from user, copy memory from aligned 32-bit. Copy memory from aligned 64-bit. Copy memory from size 64-bit. Size 32-bit. Size 32-bit with supervisor access. Oh, right, and I changed this to not have impl in the name. And because I changed it to not have impl in the name, it's now going to be 47 instead of 51. Copy string from user, copy memory to user, copy memory to user align 32, align 64. Yeah, police car just went by. Copy to user size 32, copy string to user, and then they removed all the clear memory functions. Got update lock atomic, update of equal atomic, decrement of less than equal atomic, or decrement of less than atomic, store data cache, flush data cache, invalidate data cache, read 32, read 16, read 8, write 32, write 16, write 8. Okay. As they say in my language, big money, no whammies. I believe this is going to compile, and my using Control F replace to change assembly labels cannot possibly bite me in the ass. I am immune to stupid consequences from this kind of thing. Big money, no whammies. Ah, fuck. Okay. Fine. Damn it. That looks like pretty big whammies. Yeah, okay. Let's do a single-threaded make so that I can see what exactly it's complaining about. It looked like it was actually in a header, not assembly. Size is not equivalent to memory user size or 2-bit. Oh. So true, bestie. I love you, compiler. Thank you for always keeping me on my toes. Thank you for always making sure that I am doing the correct thing. Okay, surely now we're good to go. Surely, fuck, really? I forgot a semicolon. Fuck me. Okay, come on. Big money, no whammies. So, fun fact, actually, Thomas, and this is a problem with my host. I think when I moved this computer, I messed up my cooling somehow. And you guys are all gonna like go, what the fuck? How have you possibly not fixed this? If I run code on all 64 of my CPU's processors at once, so I have a Threadripper 3970X, which is 64 cores. If I run code on all 64 at once, then I get blue screens and like my RAM corrupts, and I am almost entirely certain this is a cooling issue. And I have thought about fixing it, but that would require me to mess around with my CPU, and that's a lot of effort. So instead of doing that, fuck me in the dick. Okay, what did I mess up here? I don't think it's a PSU problem. I think it's that my cooling is insufficient. I mean, if you guys say that maybe it needs a more powerful PSU, I could look into that too. I have I'm gonna fix this assembly thing, and then the next time I'm building, I'm gonna get back on this. Because if you guys think that it's not the cooling, then I'm listening. Fuck me. Okay, what's this? In decrement if less than atomic. Undefined reference to impl decrement if less than atomic. Really? Undefined reference. How is that possible? Let us see about that. Access reference to less than atomic. What is your compiler very Sigma Skibbity? My compiler is so Sigma Skibbity. Absolutely. Okay, let me think about this. This is probably like the... Man, what is this gonna be, right? Because it should just be for impl here. Is this going to be different because I changed it? Oh, fuck me. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is gonna be like S5 or some shit, because it does, fuck me. Yeah, I absolutely know what this is. This is because I changed the namespacing, and this is doing a namespace relative access for mangling. Okay, so Yeah, C++ mangled names don't have support in assembler, so you have to do them manually, Thomas. This is actually like extremely autistic of me. The way that someone who isn't me would do this is they would have an unmangled name in assembly, and they would use extra in C to use an unmangled name in C++. But I'm autistic and I want the names to match, so I mangle them by hand. Jeez, okay, let's see. I could do this the easy way, but this is gonna work, so I'm just gonna do it this way. Yeah, so I think this needs to be S5, right? Yeah, okay, that just needs to be S5. The stream froze? Okay, well, I bet this fixes it. Okay, that's fewer issues. It's probably gonna be the same thing in update if equal atomic. Yeah. Okay, what next? Update lock atomic. I should really have just checked by scrolling slightly up, but that's the coward's way. As someone who loves to gamble on the compiler accepting my code, just hitting make and seeing is my way. Okay. That's absolutely how we go. RNG. We just see if it compiles, and that's good enough. Yeah. Okay. ThomasNet asks, completely random question. What keyboard are you using? I am using a Logitech G710 Plus. It's the same keyboard I've been using for like 8 or 9 years now. I mean, it's not the same keyboard because I think mine broke at some point and I ordered an identical replacement. But yeah, the virtual game card stuff has no impact on me whatsoever. Oh yeah, actually, this reminds me. I did install a like sound background noise remover. Okay, so tell me if you prefer this or not. I will turn it on. Okay, I have now removed background noise, which means you probably can't hear me type. So if I, type stuff, you won't hear me typing. And I'm not sure if the like clicks and types are part of the aesthetic of the stream. That's the thing, right? Is that I'm sure that it improves the quality in some objective sense, but I kind of like the vibe of you guys hearing all my stupid typing and clicks. Yeah, okay. It looks like people prefer to hear me working, so I will turn it off. Okay. I think that you guys prefer it this way, and I also think that it's kind of part of the stream vibe and aesthetic to hear me typing on my loud keyboard and my scrolling, and like hear me take a sip of my coffee when I do that. And I'm gonna keep it that way. Oh yeah, so actually, funny story. I had a air purifier turned on max in my room, and I turned it off for the stream, and I'm going to turn it back off. Oh yeah, that's another thing is that I used to have a separate room where I worked, and when I moved into this place in 2022, I didn't have space for, I didn't have a separate room for like an office, and so I have a desk in my bedroom where I work, and so I'm currently sitting in my bedroom like a foot away from my bed at my desk. We're supposed to track police sirens with noise removal. Exactly. Okay, cool. I'm glad you guys agree with me on what the vibes are. Completely non-relevant. Got any pets? I had for many years a cat named Pounce, and Pounce unfortunately passed away in the last year. So no pets right now. I think I will get another cat in the, I hesitate to say near future, but probably the next year and a half. So, yeah. Pounce was a Himalayan blue cat. Very, very sweet, squashed face. I'll post a picture somewhere later. God, I miss having a cat. Switching to codename Pounce without the P. Yeah. Okay, so what should I do next here? Yeah, I mean, I had pets growing up, but Pounce was my first, personal cat. Okay, what should I do next here? If you guys don't suggest one of these to do next, I will probably do the secure system resource stuff. Yeah, sure. I could make the handle exception changes. That seems easy enough and reasonable. Okay. Funnily enough, this is it's the file right here where we're going to be doing this. I appreciate the sympathy. It was definitely a sad time. It was like near the end of last year. It is sad. But, best to not dwell on it, I think. So where does this little change happen? Right, because it's like right here. So it's right after checking for termination. And I think it happens not in the user exception, but just in handle exception. By the way, do you guys hear like the idle conversation happening downstairs at all? I can kind of hear it, but I have no idea if it's audible to you. Yeah, you probably heard that laugh at least, I would guess. Yeah, makes sense. I'm not especially worried about it. I've had a friend living with us for the last I don't know, like 6 months, I want to say. And so he and my wife are probably making idle chit chat and talking about me behind my back while I work on this. They were like cracking up when I was describing my plan to sit here and live stream for 5 or 6 hours every evening until I get this done. But, it's gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, I think that this is happening right here. Because this is only happening in a user mode exception, right? Yeah, okay. That's fine and makes sense. Okay. So I want to do it before this. Okay. Fiber Thing says, what exactly is the process here? Re-implementing the kernel by way of reverse engineering. So yeah, I re-implemented the whole kernel as open source because I'm in love with it and I wanted to add extensions to it. It's so much easier to do extensions via code than via patches. And also, I just love it. It's beautiful software. It's my favorite program in the whole world. I wanted people to be able to appreciate the way that I do, and now people can look at it, they can understand how it works. It makes it really accessible. If someone goes, "Oh, I wonder how the Switch's kernel works," they can look at my implementation and they'll understand how it works. I really like that, kind of ideologically. Okay. Do I have the EC anywhere here? Yeah, I do. Okay. And what are they again? I think I defined them in this file. Yeah, it's data abort EL0 and instruction abort EL0. Nintendo banned one of my consoles because I was poking at the CDN using its console certificate. But they have never banned anything that wasn't obviously deserved. I mean, I was sending super bogus requests using that console's certificate when I was like trying to figure out how the CDN worked back in the very early days. Where was I doing this? All right, I was doing this down here. If SREC is data abort EL0. Nice, DomusNet. Yeah, that makes sense. They are pretty ban happy when you're poking at the CDN, so you got to be careful when you're doing that. And I don't really know how I want to... I mean, I guess I'll just hard code this. How would you perform this check using named host? List registers if memory tagging exception has occurred. If SR So what actually is, where's PC set here? Because why is this called PC? I think this is actually the far register. Yeah, what this is calling PC is actually the fault register. I'm gonna have to make that modifiable because I'm gonna set it depending. Let me see, I might have something here because I think this checks if it's 29. Yeah, okay. And set I equals and I think that should be correct. Alright, is ESR used later? No, I don't think so. Well, actually, it gets written into debug params, doesn't it? Because how is this actually used? Well, this is annoying. Have they separated out the ESR as it's used for like switching and as it's used for other stuff? Because where does this actually get written to? One. So this gets written here, but where is that happening? Is this outside of the user mode exception stuff? Annoying. Am I gonna have to pass this as a separate variable? I might. Do I have the exception info struct here? View. Okay, I called it this. That makes sense. No, wait, this is just a process local region. Right. ESR gets written with, okay. Yeah, that's also the adjusted var. Let's see. It's very strange that they're still using the unadjusted ones sometimes. Let me see if any of this matters. Okay, this doesn't matter because it's the same. This doesn't matter because it's the same. This doesn't matter because it's the same. But this probably does when it gets written to an actual debug param. That really strikes me as a bug, I feel like. right? Because if you're changing your processing based on this, why are you sending the unadjusted values down to user land? I mean, fine, okay. Raw ESR, raw var, all comply. Okay, and then from there, this should be identical, except this takes in the raw var and the raw ESR. And the rest doesn't matter for this. But what about var? Is the raw var ever used here? No, it's just used there. Okay, very strange that they do that, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, then they do a similar bit of logic in return from exception. What are you guys talking about? Are you guys talking about like game glitches or something? Yeah, it must be that you're talking about game glitches. Okay, Sim says, should we get a switch at launch firmware 1.0 for any possible switch to Homebrew? If you have lots and lots of money, go ahead and do that. I'm doing it, but I also don't expect it to do anything. Like, I don't expect that it'll really make a difference. So, like, if the cost of a Switch 2 is irrelevant to you, go ahead. If, you know, a Switch 2 costs a lot of money for you, then, don't do that, right? This is depending on your personal, you know, tolerance for these kinds of things. Okay, and where does this happen in return from exception? This is happening. Oh, they're passing this debug params because they have to do it here. I see. I see. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, they restore the debug params here. That's why they do that here. I see. Okay. Let me copy paste my little adjustment logic here. It's interesting how the assembly is different here, even though it's the same logic. But, yeah. Yeah, okay. Check the compiles. Actually, this can be const again. And then what else is there? Guided, done this. This is not necessary. Okay. Yeah, I feel like people who talk about like RCM stuff don't understand the switch choose boot process. Even if you could sign a payload to run on the switch 2, it wouldn't give you code execution on the main processor because the main processor is only launchable by the platform security controller, which is a RISC-V processor made by NVIDIA. People don't understand this. They think it's like the Switch 1. Okay. That is this. Okay. Which one should we do next? I think I'm going to do the synchronous exception handler stuff because I want to get all the assembly done and not be thinking about assembly anymore. I wouldn't call it software emulation after Bushido. I think they're doing like shader transpilation in real time. But yeah, it's like a translation error where they're going to transpile the shader assembly in real time, as far as we know. Okay. So I think it's only the synchronous exception handlers that we need to care about here that are different. So let's go ahead and get our synchronous exception handlers synchronized. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Strike 17. Maybe an ESR. Check the error. Data abort. Check if it's an instruction abort. That's all good. None of this changed, as far as I know. It should just be this stuff down where we're faulting. Okay, so and x17 with x16 compared to x30 doesn't equal backwards. Otherwise, get the acid. No, I don't want to. I'm not going to restart my fucking VM. Go fuck yourself. God, I don't want to update my fucking Windows. Pause updates. The fucking Windows. Whatever. This is a VM. Why is... Whatever. Absolute Windows moment. Absolute Windows moment. So I think they removed this check. Yeah, they did remove this check. So they move in far, they shift an OR. Then they do a TLBI invalidate. And there's no need for this branch. There's no need for this. I think we can actually remove this label. Okay, I think that's correct. We also want to do the same thing for the EO1 exception handler. Here they are. And we go to label 4 on the abort, which is the one where we actually try to do this. Okay. So we MRS ESR, and then we AND it, and we compare. We branch if it's not right. Good on them for actually fixing their bug. I think I can delete this comment because they finally fixed the bug. I think that I can. Yeah, let me just check if I have a comment here. Otherwise, yeah, okay, cool. Check if far is valid, and I think that we don't need to check if far is valid. Because we're not going to try to do different logic if it's not anymore. I guess. TLBI. And I remove this. Instruction commit. See. Or and then ERET. Yep. So that should be right. Okay. I think that should be right. Cool. Okay, and that is another item off of the to-do list. Okay, boys, and I use the gender neutral boys there. Boys is a gender neutral pronoun. If you are a woman, you are part of boys. What are we doing next? Vapors. You guys make me laugh. Yeah, I don't use AI, and I don't like autocomplete most of the time. I sometimes use autocomplete, but I code in Notepad++ without IntelliSense. Thanks, Super Garage Gamers. I think I'm not unattractive, but I don't think I'm hot. I mean, part of it is that I'm 6 feet tall and 120 pounds, and so I have a very specific frame, which I think is not conventionally hot. But I'm not ugly. I look fine. I like the way that I look. I'm happy with my appearance. Faytech says, I don't think boys is a pronoun. Well, when I use boys to refer to everyone in chat, that is using it as a pronoun for the people in chat. It's a plural group pronoun for a group of people of unknown gender. So I think it is a pronoun. Anyway, I think if you guys don't have preferences on what to do next, I will probably just do stuff in order. I'm doing page table last, Flipix. Oh, Debiak asked for resource managers. Sure, yeah, let's do that next. Okay. The page table stuff I want to do last, just because this is gonna be silly. But if there are errors, I'm gonna have to like bisect this and roll back to doing the commits in order. And I'm gonna be like, oh, does this commit work? Okay. Does the next commit work? Okay. And so I want the page table stuff to be last so that I can more easily do stuff without it, because page table is most likely to break and the thing that I'm most likely to make mistakes in. The rest, it really doesn't matter what order I do it in, because it's really not likely to make mistakes. Okay. So for the system resource stuff, let me look at the system resource classes, because I like barely remember the system resource logic. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, just being like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna make any errors. Fuck it, let's do the complicated stuff first. Based. I mean, like, incredibly based. But that ain't me, so we're doing it the way that I do things. Is secure resource. Yep. Secure system resource. Get size. So where is this done again? Because this is on like a few places. I think I know it's like the get used. Yeah. I guess this is like down here. They do if the resource limit is set, then calculate. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump to xref globally, and then we're gonna let IDA decompile it and find all of the references, because probably this will work or something. You're welcome, Frosty Firestar 2099. This is a labor of love for me. It makes me very happy to do this for people. It's a shitload of work, but it is my pleasure. Okay. Use total. And I bet it's used in total node system too. But it just doesn't see it here. Yeah, okay. I should really import the types into this at some point, and I don't want to. So I'm not going to. Okay. So when I look at this, where's this used? Okay, so it's using these, it's used in initialize, it's used in destroy, which makes sense to me, I think. Where's the resource limit used? It's here. If the resource limit is there, otherwise it's 0. So let's actually look at the implementation for this. Initialize, resource limit is 0. Right, and they support null resource limits now, which, again, this can never be null on an X, but if resource limits. You're welcome for the hard work. What is V6 used for here? I see. Although actually, is this something that should just be here? Oh, you know what? I wonder. Oh, I bet that's the place that they do the check. I bet that the rest of this is super easy. What's your favorite Nintendo Switch game? Animal Crossing, New Horizons. I love Animal Crossing so much. Very strange to me that they decided to allow this. And then I guess they also check when they do the open. Yeah. Not 25, and they just don't do this. I think New Leaf is a better game, but I enjoyed New Horizons more because it came out at the start of the pandemic, and all of my friends actually played with me, including the ones who don't normally play video games. And so that just, you know, obviously made it significantly better for me. Oh yeah, God. I mean, don't get me wrong, I vape. But people who actually vape, coming into like my server or my chat and getting really confused by my memes, it's super funny. Super duper funny. My favorite is when I was on my like iVape kick and we like changed the server to have iVape as all the channel names. Someone sent me via private message a video of them vaping and said, check out these huge clouds, and I cracked up. That was so funny. God, what a good meme. What a great meme. Yeah, and they just totally skip this. Otherwise, makes sense. Check these huge clouds since AWS bill. Awesome. Let's see. I think that should be correct. To this, because resource limit is never otherwise exposed. But then if I actually look at the like usage here in kprocess, get total. Alright, that's implemented in source. Okay, fine. You win this time big past me. User physical memory size. Required secure memory size. Yeah, I think that's basically this diff, actually, because I think that I don't access the secure resource in other ways. Yeah, no, I think that, I think this makes sense. Like, when I do... Okay, so total resource size and used resource size actually call these functions. And do those still have the null pointer check? Let me check. Are those used anywhere? I feel like that's probably in like an info or something. Yeah, that's the system resource info types. So let me go to get info. Yeah. Info type, resource total. If it's a secure resource, then what's v37? Yeah, just also an alias of it. Yeah. Okay. It just uses those fields directly. So, indeed, that seems to be the sum total of the change needed there. Fuck me. Okay. 61 reservation dot commit. Oh, Well, that is a problem. How do I want to do this? Because I need to get a reference to that here. Damn it. Okay. How should I do this? Right, because I could obviously just duplicate the code, but that would be a little gross. Let me see what they do. Okay. 0. I guess I could not use a scoped resource reservation. I don't literally need to do that. What does that class look like? I guess I'll just manually do this instead of using the RAI class, which I really don't like, actually. Right, because I've got this nice RAI class, which like automatically handles all of this. Beat ACVR says, why do you just notepad instead of an IDE? Because I don't want an IDE. This works for me. I'm very used to using Notepad++. It's very efficient for me. I like it. So, yeah. Actually, we're fine. Case-scoped resource reservation handles the case where the resource limit is null pointer. And when it is, it does this all automatically. And so, in fact, what I can do here is I can just do this, and it will already work. There we go. I've convinced myself that this code is already fine. You know, you're probably meme posting BDACVR, but if you use Paint.net instead of Photoshop despite having a subscription, incredibly based. You get my thumbs up. 4.5 stars. Perfect score. Okay. Yeah, it's really interesting, X the Blue Spirit, actually, that you say that, because I used to I used to hate prefix operators, and I used to think that they were the worst. And then I had to use one, and then I stared at it for like 45 minutes, in like an autistic fugue. And then I realized the prefix operator is based, and I love it, and I try to use it exclusively now when I can. I mean, obviously you need postfix to correctly express some logic, but when there's no difference between the two, I use prefix preferentially. Okay, now let's do the resource manager's initialization. Actually, I think that this should still be in the library, because it should be kernel.cpp. HPP? No. Where is this? Is this here? No, because this just pulls shit in. God, what file is that in? I think it is kernel.cpp. Yeah, okay. Yep. Okay. So let's see what they're doing now. Deviac says, won't that R unless now always fail if null pointer, or am I misreading? Let me double check you. Let me double check you. I assume you mean unless the memory reservation succeeded, return the error. But I checked here, and if the limit is null pointer, then m succeeded is true. So it will have succeeded, and this check will pass. Okay, yeah. No, thank you for double checking me. It is really good to get more eyes on my code. It's one of the benefits of streaming, and I sincerely appreciate it. Okay. Let's get this open. Okay, so what order are they doing things in? The first thing they're doing is they're initializing... Oh, fuck, my names are different. I forget. My names when I implemented stuff in Mesosphere and my names when I did my reverse engineering are different. Because I figured out better names for these things over time. And these, like a lot of these names are grandfathered from my initial reverse engineering. So bear with me. Okay. What's this, by the way? And they check the KTarget system stuff, and they have the page allocator depending on KTarget system. Yeah, okay, that'll be fine. Okay, so the first thing they do here is they determine this, and they get the page buffer size. And what do I actually pass here? Slab heap buffer size. How do I could have sworn that I implemented this check before, though. Let me see. K page buffer. Slab heap. Buffer size is page size. Yeah, okay. So I think this is doing the maximum between this and this. Oh, okay. I've already got that. Cool. So this is correct. The camel case and snake case versus 2. Yeah, man. My favorite Switch game, the mod, the Pokemon games. I like playing difficulty hacks of Pokemon games. Okay, so let's try to do things in the same order as them now. First thing they do is they set up the dynamic page managers. And actually, okay, no, they actually do this kernel panic first. Might be a stupid question to ask, but it's not if it's blocked years of content or is it adding or overriding contents? I don't actually understand what you're asking there. Sorry, so Nioi. I'm not sure that I understand the distinction you're drawing there. Oh, can you use it to stub existing contents? No, I've never implemented stubs. You can only add and override, not remove files in the original system. People complain about this sometimes, but I've never fixed it. Okay, so we initialize, then we initialize the heaps. So they initialize the block info heap first. What a weird order to do things in. Initialize the block info heap. Where's the system block info manager? I think this order is much more confusing. Then they initialize the system memory block heap. System memory block manager. And actually, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to say initialize the system slam managers. And then what's next? Application memory block heap. And I bet it's application memory block manager and yeah, okay. Let me do the page table manager. Well, but wait, where's the application block info manager? Done. Why does this get set up? Am I missing something, or does this just not get initialized? Okay, it does get initialized up here. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. Okay, they set the system page table manager, and then they do the system resource. Create system resource. They set up the system page table manager. And then they create the object. And then they set the managers. Then they do the same thing for application. This is again initialize the page table manager, create the system resource, set the manager. And where do they do this check? At the very end. Okay. This should now be good to go. I think it's strange that they restructured this, considering it is the same. They just reordered stuff, but I don't judge, I just implement.
Will you be playing Pokemon ZA on Switch 1, Switch 2, or both? I will be playing on Switch 1 because I will want to cheat, and I don't think hacks will be out in time if I don't do it on Switch 1.
So I'll be doing Switch 1 so that I can cheat. Loki, why would you want to cheat in Pokemon games? Ruins the point of them. Because I find it fun. Yeah, I mean, you're talking to one of the guys who like does Pokemon data mining and makes PK Hex, which is the tool used to cheat in Pokemon games. Right, like I am one of the most biased people on the planet. So, yeah. I mean, there's a difference between modding and cheating, and I will be doing both, but I will also be cheating. I enjoy some games more, with save file edits, and so I will be making save file edits when I play through Pokemon ZA, the same way that I made them when I played through Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Because it will increase the amount of fun that I personally have, because I have strange preferences. Okay. Now we've only got the page table stuff left. Hunter Mario asked while I was responding to something on Discord, do you use custom themes on the Switch? No, I don't use custom themes. I don't understand why people want custom themes. I use the default dark theme. Okay, which one of these am I gonna do first? I think I'm gonna do the instruction cache stuff first. Will you be very disappointed if you can't mod Pokemon on the Switch 2 in the future? I mean, I will accept reality no matter what reality is, but yes, I would be disappointed. It will be very disappointing if it is impossible to mod Pokemon games on the Switch 2. I expect to be unable to do it, but I will be disappointed. But it's important to accept reality as it is. You know, there are things that you cannot change, and you need to be prepared to accept them, and that's how I view it. I really hope that we can do it, and I will be sad if we can't, but I will accept it either way. Okay, map page group checks the input permissions, the XU-bit set. I forget, my name for map page group is a little different here than it is. This is one that takes in a page group, a state, and a perm. Just the other ones again? Yeah, okay. Page group, state, and perm. Okay. Let me just double check the CPU instruction cache and validate. Here. Set process memory permission, map page group, unmap code memory, and write debug memory. If I check the 19.0.0 kernel, before it was finalize, only once in set process memory instead of multiple locations, unmap code memory, and write debug memory. So yeah, I need to fix up set process memory permission. I need to do map page group, and I need to do unmap page group. Yeah, okay. Let me just double check these just to make sure that they look samey. I mean, I did this last night, but you know, it's free to check. Good night, Flipix. Good night, Mustache Man. And is it the same in Finalize? Yeah, I think so. I think it's gonna be the same in Finalize. It's really just these small couple locations. Okay, so let's look at set process memory permission. And what did I actually say in my notes about set process memory permission? It uses change between refresh instead of refresh and flush data cache. It's just now done before operating system after, and recognition melody is done after. Okay, that makes sense. Should just be and refresh. Interesting. Yeah, okay. So if is x, I should differentiate the permissions before because I need to check new and old. Is v37 the old perm or the new perm? Let's see here. New perm is the one that's actually based on arguments. Where is it actually used? Yeah, that's not right. I don't know why this is complaining now, or why this output changed so drastically. But okay, where's this permission get set? Iterator permission. I think this is going to be the old permission right here. Old perm. Let's check if new perm is old perm and memory state is new state. Firebird thing. You're asking why not make it not allow signature patches? I don't think it's possible for me to do that. I mean, Atmosphere has generic patching mechanisms. Point in fact, I did delete the logic that people were using. Like, Atmosphere used to support patching internal processes, and I checked, and the only thing people used that for was signature patches. I couldn't find a single other kit patch that existed, so I removed the support for it, specifically to, as you say, signal and broadcast ethos. I have already removed the support from it from Fuse, but people don't boot from my bootloader. They boot from Hec8, not Fuse, and I don't control Hec8. So, yeah, right. Like, I actually don't think it's possible to signature patch using Atmosphere, using Fuse, which is the bootloader that I make and have control over. I think that you have to be using Hec8 to do that, because I removed the support for those patches specifically for that reason. Yeah, it's complicated. There's patches that occur on certain system modules and patches that occur in the like initial ones, and generally you don't agree with these with Hec8. Using Hec8's fine, right? It's the mechanism that's here is not for signature patches, it's for generic patching, and you can't distinguish between the two, so either you allow patches or you don't. I removed support for the kind of patching that was only used for signature patches that I found, and Hecate didn't, probably because apparently people used like overclocking or some shit. I don't know. I have done my best to support the ethos, but I think it's a question of like effort investment, right? I've done the cheap stuff. Okay. Why do they have like so many copies of this permission? Whatever. Anyway, if is X, then they do a scheduler lock, and then it's based on was X to determine that, which makes sense. But if is X, then they store and invalidate. How many years you did in college for coding? I didn't. I took a programming class in college, but this is my hobby stuff. I learned assembly through doing, looking at 3DS firmware outside of formal education. Yeah, so for each block in the page group, store the data cache and validate the... Okay. And then they operate, and if it's successful, then they do another cache coherency where they just invalidate the instruction cache. And this is actually a if was X. That makes sense, Alula. Okay. I think that's set process memory permission. Done. No, Syndiga. I do something unrelated to this for my actual job. But I love my job. I'm very, very happy with my career. I'm in contract law, but I'm here to talk about hacking stuff and not that. So we're gonna stay focused on this. And in particular, I'm not gonna get distracted. I'm gonna keep doing kernel cache invalidation shit. It's actually done in map page group impl. Is it? Okay, this does the actual iteration. But I don't think this is called by other things that call this, so we're gonna have to be a little careful about this. And is this the argument? Yes, it is. Okay. How do I do isX, the other thing? Oh no, we're not doing an entire instruction cache, are we? Oh no, we are. Okay. Okay, we are. Page group gets mapped. Yes, and that's it for this. group. And this is the old perm in unmap. I think was I not getting the old perm historically? Must be. Where do I do a memory state that actually gets, I forget. Memory state, null pointer, permission, null pointer. Yeah, I think I can basically do a bunch of null pointers there, and it should work. Yeah, I don't think this does permission checks. Yeah, okay, it doesn't. Cool. I think that'll be that. Let's see if that compiles. I think Nintendo is a lot less antagonistic than you guys suggest when you talk about like obfuscating or yada yada yada. I think Nintendo is genuinely not particularly antagonistic. I think they don't like homebrew, but they're not, you know, treating us as enemy number one in terms of engineering effort. Yeah, I like long commit messages. I like to be able to actually know when I'm looking at it what thing I was doing. I think that I am going to treat this as, you know, the same logic, but I'm going to inline it manually here. I'm just going to have this twice. Alan Kessler says, would you be willing to please briefly describe what each window is for those turning in? Yep. This is a command line window where I am doing git actions. I'm building my code, checking if it works, committing. This is the window that I use for editing my source code. This is the window where I have my to-do list of changes that I need to implement. And this is my reverse engineering database for Nintendo's kernel for the new system software update. And my job is I have summarized all the changes in here. And so for each change in here, I am going through in here, seeing what's changed, and then implementing it in my source code. IDA is the interactive disassembler. It's a reverse engineering tool. Let's go. Let's find free area function. I would say that IDA is about $5,000 better than Ghidra. IDA's really, really expensive, but I did actually pay for it. So, you know, up to you, personal preference. I think Ghydra's fine, but I know how to use IDA and prefer it. And I paid for a personal license, so I use it. Okay. Thoughts on Binary Ninja? Literally never used it, actually. Deviax says, also, please update it. I have IDA 9 installed on my host, but here's the problem. If I want to upgrade myself to IDA 9, then I need to convince everyone who I share IDA databases with to also update to IDA 9. And, well, how do I put this? I strongly suspect that many of the people who I share IDA databases with have an IRL name of Octavian Dima or Jiang Ying. And so I don't think I can upgrade without losing my ability to share databases with people who I want to share them with. To be fair, I think IDA has leaked even for 9.0 because they uploaded the trial publicly for some reason, but I don't really remember. How many coding languages do you know? I'm very comfortable in Python, C++, C, assembly, C#, Java, and those are all the ones that I would say that I'm comfortable in. Yeah, I'm still in Python 2, but Py2 forever. I'm never going to upgrade to Python 3. Fuck Python 3. Yeah, no, I also noticed that. I used to have a script. In fact, actually, I'm just going to point this out. I patch my copy of IDA to remove the identifying license blocks. Right, like normally up top here in an IDA database, they will say, oh yeah, this is owned by whatever license. And so I patch my IDA so that when it opens an IDA database, it automatically removes the net nodes that store the license information and anonymize them. Oh, nice. Yeah, so you know what I mean. Yeah. Funny. Okay, how do I want to do this? Right, because do I think that this is being used directly by this? I mean, it's clearly identical logic. Whatever. I'll just add the function, and I won't always inline it. Cool. Get region for find free area. Process address. Start. Okay, process address. End. Yes, region start, region num pages, alignment, offset, guard pages. Yeah. Const. And this also doesn't have a this pointer, so I think it's static. Latest Renify. Okay. Start by checking that these can be added safely. Yeah, Alila made some comment about trying to figure something out in Reswitched like a month or two ago. Maybe it was weeks ago. It was like, I'm sure you can figure it out, Missed Ida Cracker. Like, come on. Ridiculous. Init start is util and down. Will line down work if I think so. Let's just check. Yeah, okay, it will. Cool. Line down. Which starter are you picking in ZA? I am going to pick Totodile. And yeah, Ida is native. Your ida.key, please. Also your setup. No, sorry. Very funny. If guarded start greater than align plus. Okay, so they check that check if they can't add without overflow. I think I have some function for this. Let me check if I have a convenient thing for this. I'm pretty sure that I do. Libraries, limp vapors, include vapors, util overlap maybe. I think I have it here. Util int util, yeah, okay. Can add without overflow. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Integer. Aligned credit start. Alignment. I think I might need to do like a clarity here, probably. You're going through your to-do list quite fast. Yeah, this is how it always goes, is you make a to-do list and then you do things in it, right? Like, there's no sense in things taking longer than they need to. Let me still check that this doesn't have any... Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. Guarded end is region start plus region non-pages minus pages plus guard pages. Perfect. One guarded end. Huh. I guess I'm confused that they do 2 align downs. Surely that's not right. Something seems not right to me here. So if you're trying to determine the start and end, right? If you have a region address and you add some guard pages and then you align down, you might end up before. You might end up below the guard start. Oh, I guess that's what this is correcting. I guess. I use a Logitech G710 Plus Tsunduga. I don't know. I'm sketched out by that align down. That seems sketchy. I would expect that to be an align up. Whatever. I don't question. I only implement. I do what Nintendo does. It doesn't matter if it makes sense to me. Down. Guarded. And alignment. Auto. And it is aligned and offset. Makes sense. Good night, Myrmecoliantide. If offset is greater than end. Okay. Check the extents are valid. If line guarded end with offset is less than line guarded start with offset, turn false. Start. Okay. Okay. You know, I'm thinking after this one, don't worry, I've still got plenty of hours more streaming in me. But after this to do, it might be time for me to go make some more coffee. I'm feeling the feeling the sleepies hitting me a little bit. Not really the sleepies, but just some general exhaustion from being sick and then working so much. And I will drink coffee to compensate, but I do think I'm gonna want some more coffee once I finish this one. So I'll probably be stepping away for like 5 minutes to do that. Yeah, this is done everywhere that find free area is called. That's what they actually do here. So in find free area, if ASLR is disabled, then they just directly call memory block find free area. That makes sense. I love hot cocoa, and actually, so most of my caffeine drinking, comes from tea. I drink a lot of green tea during the day. But please keep in mind that for the next N days, I am going to be sleeping 4 or 5 hours, doing my job. I did an 8.5 hour workday prior to this stream. And then I'm going to be streaming for 5 or 6 hours of programming after my actual job. So I need much more caffeine than normal, which is why I'm doing coffee. On a normal non-crazy system update week, I would just be drinking hot green tea. Okay, so this is used when ASLR is enabled. Let me actually determine what this is doing. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Take more breaks and stream less, but more days. I feel bad that it's going to take time to get this done in the first place, because people who update can't boot their consoles until I'm done with this Soulflower one. So yeah, this is my full dedication until it's done. I will feel better when it is done. I'm just gonna go hard until then. And this, if this is not done successfully, then what happens? Does it just... Let me find an easier to reason about case. Map page group. Oh, that's gross. Map pages. What's gonna be the easiest one to do this in? Map bioimpl maybe? No. Map static? Maybe, but I don't really think so. Okay, I think it just returns null if it can't do this. Yeah, if it doesn't do this, it doesn't try to kill this. So, okay. What's the approximate time to update? He should update like this a couple days. I don't really know. We'll figure it out when we get there, right? Because the actual programming is not going to take more than, I don't know, 4 days tops, Sendunga. But I don't know how long debugging is going to take. Debugging can be a huge swamp. I got map page group. What does this actually do here? Okay, so let's just name these appropriately. Search start, search end, region start. Pages. Yeah. Whatever. Pages. Pages. This is alignment. This is guard pages. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Kyra. I mean, I hope that this is, you know, interesting and slightly educational at least. Yeah, okay. So I think that we do is I think we just directly find this. Okay, so what we do is random offset is search end minus start over alignment. Search end minus search start divided by alignment times alignment. I think this all goes in here now. And candidate is search start plus random offset. And I don't need to do any more alignment, I don't think. I think I can just do this. That seems correct. And I find the iterator. Makes sense. If the iterator state is not free, then we continue. Otherwise, if call this candidate. If candidate plus, what exactly is this? Guard pages plus, what's v72 here? E5. Which function is this? This is map by impl. Okay, let me actually set this. Oh, I love having many variables with the same name. 344. Guard pages. Let's call it guard size. Let's call this not sure what that is actually. Okay, yeah. So it's address plus guard sizes. Address plus guard sizes less than candidate. I think they possibly removed that check. Unless, address plus guard pages times page sizes less than or equal to candidate. Continue. Okay. We also need candidate plus num pages times plus guard pages times page size minus 1. Since is equal to get last address. Okay, that's correct. Interesting that they also removed this check. It looks like. Yeah, I think they removed the check that candidate plus this is less than or equal to the region. Let me double check in 19.0.0 kernel. Yeah. Yeah, they have the additional checks here. Okay, so I can remove that. Address is candidate. If we have a candidate, I guess actually I care about what happens in the case where we run out of these. Okay, we want to do 8 of these. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Candidate. Okay, yeah. If candidate, then candidate is used directly. But otherwise, you search for search start minus search end divided by alignment. And then, what do we do here? Search the render range times alignment. What the fuck is this? Gross. What is V7? Okay, well, previously I did region num pages. Is this? Okay. So this is probably region num pages times page size plus region start. Okay, region start plus region num pages times page size. That makes sense. By the way, all this code is going to totally fail to compile at some point because I am not doing get integer on k process addresses. But it's fine. I'll fix the compilation barf when we get there. There's going to be a lot of it. Region end minus start plus pages, alignment, offset, and guard pages. -1 at p editor is what was passed here too, right? Yeah, okay. Cool. And if address is null, then we just try to find the first one. Region start, region num pages, alignment. Yep. Guard pages. Yes, okay. Cool. I think that's it for find free area, but then we still need to do the same thing in the memory block manager. Okay. It really does entertain me that you guys are holding like a parallel conversation as I'm implementing this about like your 3DS firmwares and ARM9 loader hacks. I'm glad you guys are entertaining yourself. Okay. Let's grab all this. Which, this is almost certainly the same function inline, by the way. Like, almost certainly. Pages, num pages, alignment, offset, guard pages. Let me just see which guard pages. You know what? I think this is inlined, I'm going to say. This logic is completely identical. Okay, should I make this a public static function here? I think I should. Yeah, I'm just gonna make this public. Make this public. I'm gonna put it in the no, because oh, you know what? Oh, this makes more sense. This makes more sense. This makes more sense. I see. Okay, so what's happening here is that this is actually a k-memory block manager function. This completely explains it. Like this function that I've been working on this whole time is actually a member of this class, and so it gets inlined in this function. It gets inlined in this function because this is in the same translation unit, so it's eligible for inlining in CLang without link time optimizations. But because it's in a different translation unit, it has to be outlined here. So this is actually k-memory block manager. K-memory block manager, and in fact, I bet that if I X this, yep, it's with the k-memory block manager functions. I should have done this in the first place. Yeah, they don't use LTO. They don't use link time optimizations for the kernel. They don't use them in general, actually, I think. Yeah. Okay. Also, this shouldn't be const because it's a static function. But obviously, I don't know why it had const there. It's a static function. Okay. And so I'd already concluded that this was correct. And so then here, I'm going to do if area. Okay, and then what I can do here is I can, same shit that I did here. So I can do this. If okay, cool. And then, yeah, I think I just start at search start and I end at search end, right? I think this is going to be otherwise identical. Okay. Search end. Search last. Let's see. If address is less than search start, go here. Search last is less than this. What is this actually checking here? Okay, we started the root. If the address is bigger than it, we go to the left. Okay, this is just find iterator, I think. Address plus. Okay, so this is just the find iterator call. Let me start here. So they check this each step of the loop, probably. If search end is greater than this. I mean, that seems a little wrong, right? Because they should be checking search end -1, I think. But it's not technically. Oh, whatever. Address. If the memory state is not free, then we have to continue. Check if num pages. 7 num pages plus 2 times guard pages. Where was I checking that before? Was I checking that before at any point? Seems like no. Okay. No pages plus 2 times card pages. God, I really have to comment as you guys are talking like optimizations. There was a brief period of time, maybe like a year and a half. I think it was 3 or 4. I think it was 3 major system updates where Nintendo compiled the kernel with -oz, optimizing for size instead of optimizing for speed, and that was amazing. That was the best. I miss that so much. Yeah, that sounds right. 11 to 14 sounds right to me. Yeah, it was insanely readable in IDA. It happened right as I was re-implementing their kernel too, which was awesome. Yeah, okay. If required pages is 11 pages plus 2 times card pages. Do any other custom firmwares for other consoles re-implement the kernel? I don't know of any. Oh, really? There's an original Xbox custom firmware that re-implements their kernel? That's awesome. So it is V9. This mask. Okay. Was it necessary in some way? I don't think it's necessary for me to re-implement the kernel, but I wanted to, so I did. Oh, interesting. They're doing like exactly the same kind of thing that happened up here. I will not do an Atmosphere 2. Someone else will do the custom firmware for the Switch 2 if it gets hacked. I'm super interested in poking at it, but someone else will have to do custom firmware. I've thrown 10,000 plus hours at this. I've dedicated 10 years of my life to this. I'm sticking to the Switch 1. I love the Switch 1, and yeah. This is a continue. Yeah, I think this is doing the same thing where it's adding maybe number of pages minus yeah. Interesting that they're doing this logic again. Wait, are they doing this exact same thing? Num pages plus 2 times guide pages is greater than this. What the fuck? That's super funny. Is this the same logic inlined again? Because I really think it is. A minus equals alignment. And if the end is greater than or equal to the start, then it's greater than or equal to the search start. They do that. It's greater than end. And it's less than or equal to that. Wow, okay. This is absolutely the same logic a second time. This is doing address get num pages alignment offset guard pages. That is so funny. It's the same operating system. I mean, yeah. If you're saying sit and wait until an exploit occurs, I think you're delusional. No, you cannot decrypt and reverse engineer ROMs without hacking the console to get the keys to decrypt ROMs. Obviously. Okay. I think that this is looking pretty good. Okay. This is not going to compile. I know this is not going to compile, actually, because I didn't do some of the get integer stuff correctly. But that's fine. Let's do a make J12, and then we'll do a single thread make. Yeah, just a few. You know, the thing is that you can never have too many, and they're free to open. So, we love it. Yep, this is exactly what I thought it would be. Guarded start. I think I need to do process address for all of these, which is annoying, but whatever. Get integer here. Integer. Is he unphobic? Zombies in the background. Based. Very, very based. Okay. I feel pretty good about this. I'm just gonna double check. Double check. They really removed the check there. Candidate plus size. Last address. Yeah, okay. They did remove it. Okay. Okay, that is another to-do list item completed, boys. That was a remarkably large amount of work for what was 2 lines in my to-do list. Very funny, very, very funny.
Okay, I need coffee desperately, so I will be right back.
I am going to go make coffee and then come back to my desk. I'm not actually taking a break to drink coffee. I'm just taking a break to get coffee. I'm literally going to walk downstairs, make coffee, and then walk back upstairs and drink the coffee while I'm working. Okay, we have returned with coffee in hand. There we go. Yep. I have made my coffee. Since I think someone asked this earlier, I didn't actually answer. I have a Nespresso machine. It's like it's the Nespresso machine that takes in the pods. That's like the old one, the Creatista, I think. I drink the Tokyo Lungo pods. They're my favorite. I like the kind of cherry notes in them. Thank you, Laser124. Yes, espresso, Wii U. Fucking hilarious. God, you guys crack me up. Thank you. I need the comedy at this time of night. It's not even that late. It's like 10, but I worked a full day before this, so you'll have to be a little patient. A little patient with me. Okay, so change properties now. It does a data synchronization error here after calling set attributes lambda. Mashal says, you fucking guys. Oh, nice. Wait, it's 7 a.m. there? Deviak, you've been here like the whole time. Did you wake up at like... What time did you wake up to watch this? Jesus Christ. I mean, don't get me wrong, incredibly based of you to you haven't slept in 24 hours. Again, just Christ, man. Big respect to anyone who got up early to watch this. I'd super appreciate it. It's very kind of you guys to do that. Okay, let's see. Change properties does a data synchronization barrier. Okay. It's very kind of you. Thank you, Deviak. I'm hoping you're enjoying it. You've been a phenomenally good chatter today. Oh, you recently created a Twitch account. Thanks, guys. You'll love to hear it. Okay. Let's go into change properties. Change provisions. Yeah, whatever I call it. Okay. First thing I do is I do a data synchronization barrier. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, a lot of Europeans here. I mean, big respect. I'm surprised considering that I'm in the West Coast and it's evening here. But again, respect. Okay. Anyway, synchronization barrier. That matches. And then we set up for the lambda call, which makes sense. Hi, boss Pop-Up. Yeah, that's fun. If we don't invalidate, then we call it with no option, then we note updated. Yes, and then we merge pages. So that's correct. And then otherwise, we apply it with an unmapped template. This is correct. And merge mappings. Then we do a note updated. Then we take and release the scheduler lock. And then we apply the template and Glad you appreciate it, Boss Bob. I mean, I do it because I want people to appreciate things. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's obviously resource to complete. Okay. Okay, and then we call merge pages. So that takes care of that at least, that's trivial. Then there's the like merge and separate stuff, which now takes the callback, I think. I am a custom keyboard designer. I don't know if it's okay to make an atmosphere keyboard and keycaps. I can't profit from them. I can't control what you do, but I strongly prefer that nobody makes any money off of the atmosphere branding. I don't care what you do for yourself. I don't care what you do for your friends, but please don't profit from anything related to atmosphere, would be my personal request. Let's get merge pages. Good night, R9G. Okay. Right, wrong one. Okay. We begin traversal. And then we call merge pages with the page list. This makes sense. Callback is note updated. I think it's also in separate pages though. Separate pages. Is it separate pages impl? I feel like it is. Does this not take the callback? I could have sworn this was okay. Yeah, it's separate pages and separate pages impl. Oh wait, is it really only in merge pages that this callback is passed? That's sketchy. Why is that not saying that in separate pages impl? Okay, this sets it in x26, and then it gets used actually as a call here. Okay. Interesting. It's always passed to merge pages. Is that right? It can't be, because there was another one that I had a callback in. That wasn't this. Opinion about virtual game cards. I don't care about them. I don't share my games, so I don't really have opinions on those. There's definitely another function here that takes a callback. Yeah, it's separate pages impl takes a callback. Okay, separate pages impl also takes a callback. Cool. I'm not going crazy. I want to do this. Well, is it just happening to use x1 here? Is this real? Like, it's the same thing here. I feel like this is real. 1x0, x0. I'm trying to decide if I mean, it can't be. This must just be fake. Yeah, I think that's fake. Would you ever start naming releases like other software projects? I don't have interest in naming my releases. Yes, I do work alone. M. Leonard. Okay, I think reasoning about this definitely only takes a single, like, what even is x1 here? X1. Yeah, x1 would still be whatever it is here, which is a pointer. The same function pointer is being passed here as to here, which means that this has to, in fact, just be a single int64. Snowfuck, that's an awesome username. I love your username, Snowfuck. Says, how the hell do you stay motivated to keep working on this after so many years? Love. I'm autistic. This is my special interest. You know, I have completely fallen in love with the Switch and its operating system. And yeah, I find it relatively easy just because I'm so passionate about it. Also, I vape. Also, fuck astronomers. They should be fed to the crocodile. Okay, so it's only the impl that takes in the callback. And what's fascinating is, like, the callback arg is just this for what makes you love the Switch OS? What makes me love the Switch OS is just that it's not POSIX. It's a completely fresh design for an operating system built in-house by Nintendo. Nintendo has gone all in on making a secure microkernel-based real-time OS, and there's really nothing like it. It's awesome to me. It's my favorite. Okay, let's look at the impl stuff. Remember that he daily drives it on his iPhone. Funny. Okay, so how do I even take it? Yeah, no, exactly, Tenerio. It is so interesting to me that, you know, like, of all the spaces for, like, original OS development to be happening, it's this one. It's awesome. Yeah, also, I'd say that I'm autistic. If I'm autistic, I'm, like, barely autistic. I mean, I was tested as a kid, and they found that I didn't have autism, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm definitely somewhere adjacent to that spectrum, but I'm not in any way disabled by my autism. I also have really bad ADHD, and I think those are comorbid in some capacity. Yeah, I did make a port of the kernel to Raspberry Pi, and I ran a little custom userland with it for a while. That was a thing that I did. Egg asks, is this a one-man operation or are there multiple people helping? This is basically a one-man operation. There's one other guy, HexKYZ, who, like, helps me out on Discord and, you know, makes my work easier, but in practice, I'm doing all of this work. It's just me. Okay, so how do I want to do this, right? I need to take... Would reading the atmosphere source be a good place to learn about OS design? Maybe. I think that you can learn a lot about microkernels by reading through the Mesosphere source code Tenebrio, but I'm not sure about OS design in general. Like, if you want to learn about microkernels, unironically, I think Mesosphere source has been designed to be easy to read and understand and is a good way to do that. But I don't know about OS design in general. How much percent are you done? I have no idea, man. I have no idea what percentage I'm done with this update. I'm close to being done with the kernel, though. This is the last thing I need to do for the kernel. Okay, merge pages and separate pages. How am I gonna do this? Right, is Note updated even public? Void note updated const. It's private. Am I gonna have to like? Well, I guess that doesn't matter. That's such a weird thing. How am I gonna pass a member function pointer? I guess I could do public static. Well, no, because they're passing it directly. I guess it doesn't really matter. Static void note updated callback table. And I guess that'll be fine. And then I can do like using, does this have the ability to talk about page tables? No, I don't know that it does. Using on entry updated. Was void pointer. I guess I will make this take in a void pointer, do a static cast page table. Actually, this can be a const void pointer, I think, because this is const. Yeah, okay. Const page table. Okay. Okay. And I think that should work for implementing this. I go to merge pages. This should be here. And this should also, same shit for separate pages. Okay. So, with that figured out, let's actually do this. Ambiguous, check out the entry types, blah, blah, blah. Am I in merge or separate? Okay, if it's contiguous. Right, because if it's L1, then they return false. And then so they check the entry templates to make sure that it's all eligible. If it is, then they actually do the thing. Then they do this. Interesting that they do it in this order. But I think it should only matter here. Hi, X-Ray. I vape. And then the other case they do it is, yeah, right after they do all these. Okay, and then what do they do in separate? I mean, I'm sure that it's all like the same shit. I'm sure that it's, yeah. Thank you, Talon Flame. Yeah, so they write all the entries and then they do this. Everyone is this 19? Yeah, okay. What's your favorite Pokemon game / generation? My favorite Pokemon game is probably Pokemon Silver for the Game Boy Color. And the answer is because that's the game that I played when I was the right age to have a game become my favorite Pokemon game. Yeah, Kurt, I do love Wishy Washy. My favorite Pokemon is Wishy Washy, but my favorite game is Silver. Interesting. So what are they doing here? I will admit that I'm a little confused because I'm not totally. They refactored this in the last update, and I'm trying to decide if stuff is different or if I'm just crazy. I think this is separate pages and pull. Okay. Yeah, that seems like it's the same. That seems like it's the same. Then there's this stuff. Okay, I do a synchronization barrier. Airship store. Did you have a favorite Pokemon before Wishy Washy existed? Yeah, up until Wishy Washy, my favorite Pokemon was Volcarona. And before Volcarona, oh geez, what did I like? Probably Mantine. I've always liked Mantine. What's the lore behind? Oh yeah, I used to love Cresselia. Cresselia was, although I think I liked, yeah. But I think what was your first favorite Pokemon is probably Mantine. Do meaningful unit integration tests exist in Atmosphere? Not really, Xenophobic. I would love to have them do stuff, and I set up some infrastructure, but I've never actually done them. What's actually happening there? Oh, that's just doing the different kind of store. I see. I see, I see. Okay. That makes sense. It's interesting that they write the page table entries and then they do a DSP intershareable and then they do this, and only after this one do they actually do the callback. Oh, do they actually write the software reserve bits now? Why don't I have software reserve bits as 0 here? Oh, right, I'm confusing the attribute and the other thing. Did I conclude that they never actually use these? Let me check. Yeah. Is that or size software reserved attribute is what I have here. Later block builder. Software reserved attribute. Okay. That makes sense. Get software reserved bits. I wonder if I did this incorrectly somehow. Reserved bits, that seems fine. I go back to merge pages. Does this actually update a context anywhere? No, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, entry doesn't get rid in there. But if I go to separate pages, use v31, owner. Okay, it looks like we're doing, yeah, context level. Okay, I think I'm missing these software reserve bits here, so I'm gonna need to fix this. Let me double check that I have the entry thing here correct. Okay. So to get software reserve bits is what we want. Question is, which PT are we doing? Entries, context level is this. I think that's right. Yep. Okay, so in either case, I update this and this. Okay. Thank you, Mossy Robo. Let's see, and okay. I think that's this. Which one is your favorite Pokemon from the first gen? That's a good question. I'm not crazy about most first gen Pokemon. Scyther, maybe? I think is probably my best answer to that. I like Scyther. Thank you for appreciating the coffee sounds. Thunderous coffee sip. Sorry. I mean, I'm not actually sorry. It's funny. You guys make me laugh. Some more coffee. Okay, guys. But okay. You guys are silly. You guys are very silly. Okay. Hour-long stream of pure sipping with a professional microphone. I feel like my microphone's pretty professional. I mean, I have a Blue Yeti microphone, which I got because people told me it was a good one for streaming. Also, Pluto has told me that I am a fool. I hope Pluto knows that his Discord message to me about me being an idiot is going directly into this source code. Okay. One second while I ping him on Discord with a link to that. Okay, but importantly, I believe let me just double check. Not updated, not updated. Yep. We added that data barrier. Okay. Okay. I believe that everything in here has now been implemented in Mesosphere. So I think the kernel is updated. Hooray! That's always the most intensive thing for me to do. I paid good no money. I demand more coffee sips. You guys are hilarious. Okay. Close all this shit for now. I'll probably end up having to open it again later, but for now, I'm just gonna close all this stuff. There's still more work to do, by the way, before Atmosphere will be ready, but this was the big one. You know, the kernel is always the thing that, you know, I have to put the most immediate effort into. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So, let me put this here. Remaining tasks. Engineer changes in NCM loader. And because I might want to delete these as I'm doing it, I think I'm just gonna this is not a smart way to do this. Whatever. Okay. This seems correct. Starbucks edition. You guys are silly. Okay. Debug y boot gives LR result unknown 5. And I might have a real name for this result somewhere. I'll need to like search my hard drive because I have a big result document and they haven't all made it into Atmosphere yet. Have you had Tim Tams before? I don't know what a Tim Tam is, so I don't think I have. Calling code. I'm not Australian, so, you know. So I really should debug this first, but debugging is frustrating, and I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, so I am going to do something else instead. I think what we're gonna do is we are going to we're gonna do some reverse engineering. I think I don't know that I have any more code authoring in me tonight. I probably do, but I don't think I'll get to that point because I should debug before I implement anything more. But I do have some reverse engineering in me, so we're gonna debug, me, test, and prod. Classic. Yeah. So I think that I'm gonna do some reverse engineering first. It could work first try. We know it doesn't, Marksmith, sadly, here. You probably weren't here earlier, but when I try to launch Atmosphere on device, I get an error code when I try to launch programs. So I know that it is not working, and I don't know why. And I need to figure that out. So that's a to-do list task. Okay, I don't really want to do the error report stuff because error report is complicated. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to say my goal... It could, though. That's true. It sometimes does, actually. I've had that happen for a couple major updates where I get stuff working and then it like just works. But I think my goal for the remainder of the stream, tasks for tonight, I'm going to do this reverse engineering. Yeah, exactly, no whammies. And tasks for tomorrow and beyond. This stuff. And depending on how complicated these are, maybe I'll knock them out, but I feel like I've done the kernel. This was a lot of programming work, and I'd rather just chill with some reverse engineering here. And I think whenever I finish figuring out the NCM changes and the loader and PM changes, then I will call it. Okay. So let's prepare to do this. Let's copy in some reverse engineering databases from my host because I am going to want my existing databases basically for sure. Picket Let's start with NCM. Yeah, I vape. I agree. I think what I want to do is I want to be productive for the rest of the stream, and I want to enjoy myself. And I think the intersection of being productive and enjoying myself is doing these ones. I'll move to bed and call it when I'm asleep. Funny. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so I have some NCM databases of varying quality. Who can say, you know, how high quality they are, but let's copy them in. There's my database for NCM for 17 and for NCM for 16. And I don't have a, I do not have a 18 or a 19, I don't think. Is even in there? Yeah, nothing's in there. Okay. So let's get this open. Yeah, absolutely classic. Classic me not labeling shit. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see me not giving names to my functions. Although I do have a lot of types. So many types. So now let's get NCM for 20 loaded up. You know, I'm not sure how to differentiate fucking around and finding out when you're like trying to determine how things work. We're definitely kind of fucking around right now. I would say we're in fucking around stage. Oh, is it sip time? Okay. New folder. You guys are trolls. Let's see. Okay, and I think I should be able to find stuff using the IPC difference notes. Yeah, so the new command is iContent metadatabase. And let's take a look at this. There are 3 possible vtables, and from experience, one of these, probably the first one, is going to be the normal content metadatabase. This one is going to be the like game card on memory content metadatabase. And this one's going to be the integrated one. And the integrated one is often really easy to reason about. So let me look at that one first, actually. Do I have anything labeled here? Integrated content. Classic. Of course I don't. Of course I don't. But let's get this open anyway. And let me just check that this is what I think it is. Yeah. Yep, that is for sure the integrated one. Okay, so let's also do this for 17. Your phone doesn't vape. Well, my phone might not vape, but I vape. God, database. Okay, so it was here for 17. Interesting. Are these in a different order on this one, or did I click the wrong one? Oh, wait, there's a new function. So 3 from the end, if I want to be looking at the same one, should be here. Should be here. Am I looking at different ones? Well, first let me import the types. Load file, parse C header file, NCM17, and this will fail, I think, but then it'll succeed if I do it again. That's usually how this goes. Okay, let me view. So use local types. Integrated content metadatabase simple. Okay, has that been offset? I bet it has. Hello, the smart. Thank you. Okay, this seems positive. This seems sane-ish. If I force a call type, is that going to work? Get content info by type. Yep, okay. I think we're looking good here. I think that we have, in fact, identified the integrated manager. If I do the same shit here. Uh-huh. I guess they're in a different order for 17. Which one's the integrated one on 17? 3 from the bottom. Okay, yep, this is the integrated one on 17. So if I do the same shit here, do the same shit here. Get content info by type, get content info type. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're matching. So that's positive. Oh, right, because 19 added get platform. So things will be offset still. Okay, so what's this gonna be doing? This is the new command. This is the one that we care about. I think this is probably gonna be locking stuff. Yeah, I think this is just a little mutex lock. Yeah, okay, this is just internal critical section stuff. Oh, interesting that they've got this now. They check if locked by current thread. If it is, they abort, and then what? Oh, right, it doesn't know that this is an abort. I see. Kyra says, I wonder how much the firmware actually changes far. A lot. They refactor so fucking much. They change everything. They love changing things. Yeah, okay. Do they change compiler settings? I can't tell. Behemoth. Force the call type. Yeah, and database vtable. Right, because they added get platform last time. Then they added and 27. What's the new home menu? Haven't looked at it, is my honest answer. Okay, so what's happening here? Okay, I'm gonna break my rule. I said that I wasn't going to write any more code, and I'm absolutely gonna write more code, because writing the code is gonna be how I understand this. Sorry, I don't make the rules, I just make the rules. Stratosphere, NCM, content metadatabase. Yeah, content metadatabase, and then I think I also have content metadatabase. Yeah, don't worry. I don't make the rules. I just do things. What do I want to call this? Because I'm gonna have to change this everywhere that I type it. Command 27. And takes out a out U8 out U8 out. Because it takes in a byte and it outputs a byte. I think. Wait, is this an unsigned int or an unsigned byte? Let me check my shit here. Okay, in bytes 1, out bytes 1. Okay. Cool. Okay, you know what? I'm going to deal with this later. I'm also going to deal with this later. The important thing is that I'm going to go to lib stratosphere. Source. NCM content metadatabase simple. I think let's go to integrated content first. I think there should also be a header here, shouldn't there? Anything else here that matters? No, okay. And 27. Out, U8, out. U8. Hook. Is there a way to support you? No, I don't accept donations of any kind. I do this for free. It is my labor of love. Okay. So let's see. This is the first we lock ourselves. Then we check that we are enabled. Yeah, and then I think we do a for all. I probably could have answered your question, LoserMonkey666, about yeah, I vape. I probably could have answered your question about BCAT stuff years ago, but I have since forgotten, and I apologize about that. Okay, so we get a temp. Column databases, column current database, command 27, address of cur, and it passes unc. Also, we set cur is 0 here. Actually, this is 0. We do mix current into results, res cur. And what happens if this fails? We break. Okay, yeah. So this is an retry because it'll short circuit if this fails. My favorite console is the Nintendo Switch. That should be obvious, I feel. And nothing else happens. Okay, and then what? Yeah, if this succeeds, then we set the output. Are lip vapors? Are lip vapors related to vaping in any way? Awesome. I love you guys. Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you. I needed that. Okay, so I still don't really understand what this is doing. Right, this is calling this on each of the sub-interfaces and accumulating the results by ORing them together. So probably, I mean, what we know is this is bit flags, right? That's what we can determine for sure from this, is that these are in some way bit flags. The serious answer is that no, but I vape. Okay, I think we're gonna have to look at the non-integrated one here. So let's do that. What is this? A function chunk? I don't think it should be a function chunk. Whatever. Let me double check that that's the correct one. Maybe permission bits, but I am not sure. Okay. And what's this? Let us compare NCM code to atmosphere code, because that is usually the best way to do this. We hate all astronomers. All astronomers should be fed to the crocodile, even the ones who vape. Although, to be honest, I don't actually believe that any astronomers are capable of vaping. Okay, let's see. If I go here, yeah, same shit. Okay, gonna have to fix the function chunk. Okay, so this is get content meta pointer. Right, and this is calling reader platform, which is at offset 7. Okay. So I go back here. Okay, so this is iterating over the KVS. Let me double check. Where else do I iterate over the KVS? I just want to make sure that this is gonna like look the same. Lookup orphan content. What's the vtable offset for lookup orphan content? Let me go to the wiki. I don't know why I opened the wiki window and then typed it into Google. Probably just because I have bad habits. Lookup orphan content. Yeah, it's command 14. And command 14 is at vtable offset 0x90. So if I go back here to my NCM database, I go back here. 0x50 plus 0x90 is 0xFO, so it'll be this one, I think. Get content meta pointer. I might have fucked that up, actually. Let me double check that. Yeah, I did fuck that up. 0x90 plus 0x50 is 0xEO, not 0xFO. Whoops. Imagine doing math in your head. Okay, let's just compare this. Yep, so we ensure enabled, we compare the sizes. Interesting, yeah, okay, we default to orphaned for all of these. Then we iterate, okay, perfect. This is exactly the same iteration logic. So we are iterating over everything in the KVS entry. So let's go ahead and just implement this down here. Command 27, and this takes a output and an unknown. Iterate over all entries. Yeah. And we call get content meta pointer on each of them. Is that right? I mean, entry get value pointer entry. Because I'm calling get meta pointer here. I mean, I think I see what this is doing. I think. You see this? MKVS. Where do I actually get a content meta pointer? Meta size, entry.get key. Yeah, okay. I think this is what's happening here, is that we're going to call get content meta pointer, and then we're going to use that to get the header. What is the KVS argument here? Oh, whatever. Let's see. And I think if I go back here, sphere, NCM, content meta header. Yeah, so byte 6 is the attributes. Do I even have that type here? No, I don't. Whatever. Okay. Or v9 is 0. Okay, I see what's happening. I see. I see. And then I think I should do later, Hunter Mario. And then if it's found everything it's looking for, it breaks. Okay, so I understand this function now. Thank you, 1301 Sanesh. So what's happening here, at least insofar as I can tell, is okay, yeah. So this takes in a list of content meta attributes. Are these, where are they? Are they like an NCM content meta attribute? I know xfat is one of them. Yeah, content meta attribute. Okay, so they are in here. In fact, they were right there. I didn't need to do any of that gripping. Okay. So they pass in some bit mask of these attributes. And this determines, you know, for each of these attributes, are there any entries which have that attribute? And so, like, if you passed xvat ORed with rebootless, the output would tell you, is there anything that has xvat? And separately, is there anything that has rebootless? That makes sense. Okay. So I think I'm going to call this, yeah, geez, I don't know, test attributes? It's definitely not the real name, but we'll roll with it. Is there a better name for this? Let me think. I mean, this is, what would I call this? What do I actually call it? I call it get attributes. You know what? Has attributes. There we go. The perfect plan. Yeah, we're gonna call this has attributes. It's gonna be attribute mask. Actually, I'm gonna shorten that to attrmask because I don't like typing the word attribute out. Content metadatabase. Metadatabase. Found in the okay. Do all the Nintendo custom firmware devs know each other? / in contact? I feel like we all know of each other, but I don't. I mean, I talked to Tux and Luma who make the 3D. Tux and Aurora who make Luma, but I don't really talk to the Wii U guys, and they don't really talk to me. Nothing against them. I mean, they seem like cool people, but we've just never really interacted. I think the Wii U guys are like in the Wii U guys are in the chat. I think I saw Mashal earlier, but we've never really talked. Nice, and there's going to be the on-memory one. But the on-memory one just inherits, so that should be fine, I think. I don't see any reason for the on-memory one to... I should just check. I'm being an idiot. Yeah, okay. It inherits. Lab Stratosphere takes so long to build. Wow, Lip Stratosphere is really taking a long time to start compiling there. Should have allocated more resources to the streaming VM. Yeah, I mean, really, I should give the streaming VM 48 cores instead of having 48 cores for my host. But I have not done that. Oh, copy paste error. Yeah, classic. CMake when? Yeah, it does have a 400 megabyte compile header. I will use CMake when someone else converts Atmosphere to use CMake for me, because I don't really know how to use CMake. Look, guys, I am sure that my make is incredibly inefficient, and in fact, I believe that it's incredibly inefficient. But I don't really know how to use CMake or any other build system. I was never taught any of this stuff. I'm kind of self-learned. And Atmosphere is a build system that works and makes programming really intuitive for me using Make. And I understand Make well enough to maintain it. Yeah, these days I'm open to the idea of using CMake, assuming that the experience for development was similar for me. Or if it's faster and similar, then great. Yeah, the build system definitely has some bugs. One of the ones that's really weird in the build system is that I don't check if kernel files have changed correctly, and so you can get stale kernel stuff. Yeah, exactly, Alula. When you're building Mesosphere, it doesn't check if the kernel files that aren't in libmesosphere have been changed before trying to relink to them, and that can cause an error when linking. Zephron says, I'm gobsmacked I was just using Notepad++ for all this. Yeah, man, Notepad++ for life. I'm efficient in it. I like Notepad++. It is the perfect editor. It has syntax highlighting, and it has really good tab behavior, and I don't need anything else. That's all I need. Monsterback, he says, usually you can over-provision the J12 unless you have plenty of RAM. I'm not sure what you're saying there, actually. Right, the remote one. Right, the one that's fake. Okay. Remote content database impl. As attributes. U8. Mask. I don't want to do this right now, so we'll do that later. So this is a virtual machine, which has been given 16 cores from my host. My host has a Threadripper 3970X, so 64 cores. Loser Monkey, games don't have access to the exefs partition themselves, so no, you can't do that. I'd be very surprised if there's a git keep file in the executable file system, but maybe. Also, I mentioned this earlier on the stream, and again, you guys are going to think that this is utterly horrific. But since I moved back in 2022, there's some issue with my PC where when I do make J64, I think it overheats or something, and I get blue screens. If there is code running on all 64 of my processors simultaneously, with high usage, I end up getting blue screens. And I don't actually know why that is, and it hasn't been worth it for me to figure it out, because that's effort. So I just do make J48 in my host instead of make J64. So I'm cautious around I'm cautious around using high make J in general. I think I have a 3970X, and it's cooled by a Noctua cooler, I think. But I would have to check. It's an air cooler, though. I think it might also just be that I'm using air cooling on a Threadripper 3970X. What wattage is my power supply unit? I'm not sure. Is there some way for me to check that from my host? Because I would check that if I could do that easily. I'll check it later. I made my PC 5 years ago. Cut me some slack. I have suspected that it's an overheating issue since it occurs when I have high usage on all my cores, but like I'm not overclocking or anything, so I've assumed it's just heat generated, but maybe it's power supply. I am not sure how I would check that. Anyway, that seems to have built. So make J64 used to be fine, and then I moved, and it's been happening since I moved 3 years ago. So, yeah. I mean, the blue screen in particular that I get is it's like IRQL not equal, I think. Yeah, so something might have gotten dislodged. You're right about that. I should really figure this out at some point. It's never been a priority for me because I really don't understand hardware very well, which is hilarious because I'm such a knowledgeable software guy, but I don't fucking understand hardware at all. So, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I will ask some of you guys who are like in the Reswitch Discord to help me debug this one of these days. Is the ambient temperature warmer in my new location? Maybe, but not by much. It's pretty samey, I feel like. Anyway. Really? These two dots. Well, when I'm done with these streams, if anyone wants to help me figure this out, certainly it would be very appreciated. I need to be doing some hardware repair anyway, because I have some data that I care about on an 8 terabyte HDD, and I like just bought an 8 terabyte NVMe drive to copy the data over to. And I was going to do that after I'm done streaming this. Or not after I'm done streaming this, but after I'm done updating Atmosphere. Because I ordered it like last Friday to install. I'm amazed that the hard drive hasn't died, actually. The hard drive was purchased in fall of 2018. So it's like a 7-year-old hard drive now, and it's a spinning disk 5400 RPM drive. So yeah. Anyway, all this to say, I will probably ping the vape enthusiast role on Discord when I'm done with all my streams and atmospheres fully updated, and ask you guys for a little help in figuring this out if you guys have actual ideas, because it would be really good for me to solve. It would like improve my ability to do the things that I do quite a bit. I would genuinely love help debugging this down the line. Okay. Well, that actually knocks out some to-dos. Yeah, so Tetsuya, I have a really bizarro perspective where I kind of barely understand. Like, I understand how a CPU works really well. I can model like how a CPU executes software and how it like maintains its registers and the whole state machine really well. And I have a lot of procedural knowledge about ARM hardware as a result of working on the 3DS and Switch. But like standard x64 PCs or like the PC that I built, I know fucking nothing about hardware. I don't even know how to solder. It's kind of pathetic, actually, being honest. I have like the literal minimum hardware knowledge possible to have while still being able to do the things that I do. Do I know how to build a PC? Yes, I built my PC. I ordered the parts and built my PC. And that is the level at which I understand things, is I understand how to put the parts together. I did not have to solder to make my PC build. I did not find building it difficult, but I also didn't understand what I was doing particularly. Right, like building my PC was just connecting thing A to thing B in order over and over again until I was done. Putter says, doesn't your UART Joy-Con also have a hardware mod to it? No, it is a totally normal UART. It's running a custom firmware and software that broadcasts stuff written to the UART port over Bluetooth. Giving it free vaping of solder fumes. That's probably true, Tenebrio. Okay. So that was NCM, which was kind of easy. I mean, I feel like that went pretty well. I mean, but that's system module RE for me. I don't usually struggle with it. And so now we're gonna have to do like loader and PM stuff. And I think I had a really good PM IDA database for 17.0.0. You asked me were the USB-C mods hard? What USB-C mod? Oh, wait, you're asking Gamers Grisman. Never mind, you're not asking me. Okay. Let me copy over this. Oh, actually, really funny story about Switch mod chips. So, I mean, when the Switch mod chip came out, I wanted to break it, so I got one and then cracked Gateway's DRM, but I had to get it soldered into my device, and I don't know how to solder. So you guys might remember on GBA Temp, there was that guy who was like a memester, or maybe he wasn't a memester, but he was like, I will solder your things. He was like, the Switch has tiny pads. I do tiny soldering. Do you remember like the whole meme about tiny soldering from GBA Temp for the Switch? That guy, I shot him a private message on GBA Temp, and then I drove to his house. I like prepared all the software I needed, and then I drove to his house in San Diego, and he installed it for me. And I like ran my little payload that broke Gateway stuff because I figured out how to do it in software beforehand, and all my code was ready, and it just worked. But I met that guy and his son, and it was actually really fun. That was one of those fun, meet people in the scene things. No, I do tiny soldering is a great meme, and that guy was actually really nice. He was like really personable to me. And no, Snowfuck, I live in Los Angeles. So I like drove the 2 or 3 hours to San Diego. Okay, yes, this is my best PM database, which has like almost everything labeled well because I actually put effort into this one. And so this is the one that I'm going to be using for diffing because this is for 17.0.0. Actually, let me just close this and name it PM 17. I do tiny vaping. Oh, awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's get this open. I guess I don't really need NCM open anymore, so I can do it from here. Hey, Substance. Have you ever opened up a switch? No. I have never opened up a switch. This is true. I have literally never opened a switch personally. Reprocess. Yeah, okay. Launch programmable. Shell interface server. Yeah, it's launch program, which is here. That's the first command of the shell interface. So let's figure out where that is. That's actually pretty insane. Yeah, no, I like. Please understand, I'm a software guy. I feel like people assume that I have all this hardware knowledge, and I should have hardware knowledge. But I am a software guy, so I really don't. Xenonphobic says, if I stream this kind of stuff, I wouldn't be able to focus without crashing out and getting distracted by chat. I feel like I get pretty distracted. I mean, maybe you guys disagree, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm staying pretty on target. But, compared to how I would be doing if I wasn't doing this, I'm definitely less efficient. I feel like I am maintaining maybe 70% of the efficiency that I would get if I wasn't streaming, which I'm happy with. That seems like a fair trade-off to me. But yeah. Yes, no, like I definitely understand how the CPU works, and I'm definitely an expert on reverse engineering this OS. I would love to know hardware stuff, but it's never been a priority, so, you know. Right, and this is memset, which I know because they started compiling with. So this is because they compile with trivial auto var init equals 0. Starting in 19.0.0, system modules are compiled so that uninitialized variables are set to 0. They turned this on last update. E5. This only took 4 arguments before, so this is probably important. Even get her sick comedy without streaming. It's true. I would not. Okay, this is git program info. And this is already taking something new. Okay. Let me file, reduce file, create C header file. Well, did you know that we vape? Truly, I vape. Fail again. File, parse the header file. Really? It's gonna make me do that? Fucking IDA. Okay. Fine. I want my types. Here. There's content. That seems fine. Okay. That one seems real. After Switch, do you have any plans to stream anything? I don't know. We'll see. I would say that I don't really have plans right now. I missed a redirection. Okay. Hey, babe. Okay, there we go. We got our types. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. But what is this new argument? Okay. So this is Switch 2 stuff, apparently. Whatever this new stuff is, this is definitely for Switch 2, because it's just hard-coded to 0 on NX. Which is very funny. Lots of that. And it looks like views, null types, struct, known, program, data. Looks like this is a 5-byte struct at least. Cool. Then what did I call it? I literally just had the unknown program data. Okay. Okay. Actually, I bet this is what this is. Five. Passes unc.03. And this is a uint16 pointer. Okay. Is that doing like a LDRH? It is. Okay. So, do I do packed anywhere? Yeah, okay. I want to do this? Data 3, and that gets passed there. Okay. And then what else happens? Data. Interesting. Yeah, I see. That's just passing the same thing. Okay, data 3. Let's continue here. Recall. Get program info, get the process list. Interesting. Why is this broken? Oh, I bet. Let me look down at where this gets allocated. Because they actually need to allocate a node at some point. Yeah, okay. They'll be down here. I see. 6. And that makes sense because it's a little bigger. Yeah, okay. Where does this get set? That should be there, okay. Okay, that looks a lot cleaner. Now, if we look at this, I bet this looks good. Oh, interesting. This should still, oh, it's because it's process list, and this should be a process list node, I think. That makes sense, okay. Yeah. Okay, let's unlock mutex. Call pin program. Call wait resource. Call get resource limits. I assume. Yeah, okay. We call create process, and this now takes in addition to the resource limit, it takes in this. Okay, and it's also using that U16 there. Sony says, will you stream here tomorrow as well? Yep, I will be streaming same time tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming until I'm done updating Atmosphere. I'm going to be doing this every night until Atmosphere is updated. Unpin program. Get process ID. Around the same time. So yeah, I think around the same time. How long do you think it'll take to finish shoot? I don't know. I hope within the next couple days. But if I'm very unlucky, then, you know, maybe I get fucked. I don't actually know. But I largely expect it to be order of days, not weeks. But I really don't know. Okay. So I think that's all of the uses of this unknown data is it gets put in the process info. It gets called to create process. And create process is only called here. And I bet it's only in there because, yeah, I think it's like terminate needs to... Is it terminate? It's some other function needs this. Yeah. Same deal. Okay. So from PM's perspective, there's this 5-byte structure, which is full of unknown data. And because this is for switch 2 and not switch 1, in practice, it is literally always 0 on NX. So the question is, what is this? What is this on... What was this doing in loader, right? Because loader is receiving this in 2 different commands. Do you like Fanta? Yes, actually, I really like orange Fanta. It's one of my favorite sodas. I mean, I don't drink a lot of soda, but orange Fanta is one of the ones that I actually really like. I drink vape juice. You guys. Fun fact, Fanta was invented in Nazi Germany. I mean, speaking as someone who is Jewish based, I mean, I don't think it matters where it was founded. Yeah, I think it's getting pretty late here. I think I'm going to figure out what this is in loader, and then I am going to call it a day. So, not too much more to do. Let's go to loader. Process manager interface, so it's going to be here and here. It's probably, man, I don't know which vtable it'll be, but I'll figure it out. Is it this one? Yep, seems like it. Okay, so I don't remember what order these commands are in. Yes, this is going to be create process. Oh, it's this thing? And it checks that the whole thing is 0? Hi, boss, Pop-Bob. Oh, it's this thing. It's this thing, it's this thing. And it's now 2 bytes instead of 1. Okay, I'm sure. Library, actually that's in Stratosphere, it's not in the libraries. Stratosphere, loader, source, loader. Service. Right, because I have is valid platform. And, okay. And this is now 2 bytes. So this is actually a structure. Probably. But this is now 2 bytes, because previously this was all 0 and it wasn't taken as a parameter. Okay, so what happens with this? Because I know the rest of loader easy. Okay, it's an unsigned int 8 here. What's happening? Okay, this is fs mount code. So this is going to be... Oh, okay. Right, and this is going to be housed to the NPM. Yep, okay, I know exactly what this is. Great, okay. Perfect. I don't really need to look at this anymore. Wait, let me actually get the new PM thing open. 0 is null, right? Yeah, but don't worry about it. Unknown. Okay, so this is gonna be some kind of like attributes. I guess let's call this PM program attributes. And actually, I think that I can undo this too. Ah, shit, actually. Struct and in letter program attributes. Wait, content meta platform. Wait, FS content attributes. That's what this is this. Program attributes. This can be I've been vaping the last 6 hours. Awesome. Okay, yeah, I mean this is gonna be utterly straightforward, right? Because this is now taking in the loader attribute. Yeah, okay. Totally understood. This is gonna be super straightforward to do. Actually, I can implement this very easily. Right, because this is gonna take in this is gonna take in this. Yes, and this byte, which is the FS content attributes, is going to get passed in through to mount code. Yes. Perfect. Okay. I know what's happening. Okay. I am going to consider that reverse engineering done. Yes. And then I'm actually going to change the order here, and then I'm probably going to do the debugging here, and then I'll deal with the ERPT shit. And I think this is good. Okay. Okay. Loader checks. Platform mix. Okay. This is enough for me to implement this tomorrow. Okay. Whew, it has been a long night. So, let's talk the plan. I think I am just about done for the night. Tomorrow, I will implement the stuff that I've just figured out in PM and loader, and then I'll get straight to debugging, where we'll figure out why calling mount code is giving an unknown error in LR, and then we'll see how far our boot gets, and then we'll get into reverse engineering the new calls in ERPT and implementing the new changes. I think that'll be fun. I think that, we're going to continue having a good time. It is 11:57 my time. And I will ask, does anyone have any questions, any, last things to get in before, I stop streaming? We got a couple minutes here. I vape. Yeah. I vape. Do you expect NX system updates to continue on exactly the same fashion, releasing simultaneously with their ounce updates? I hope they don't, because if they do, then I'm gonna be stuck doing this forever. Please, Nintendo, if you are listening, stop updating the Switch. Please stop putting more work on my plate. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what I expect. I know what I hope, but I don't know. Gamers Christmas asks, do you vape? I vape. Can we have some Shrek talk for the fans? Dude, I fucking love Shrek. I and my wife and some friends recently rewatched Shrek 1 and 2, and they absolutely hold up. I was laughing very hard at both of those movies. I fucking love Shrek. Read any good shitposts lately? Every day of my life. Do I like the look of Shrek 5? I am very skeptical about Zendaya as, a character in Shrek, but I'm going to give it a fair shot. I'm going to go to the midnight premiere. I'm going to walk up to the, concession stand and say, do you have any Shrek 5 swag? If they have a popcorn bucket, I'm going to buy the popcorn bucket. I'm going to buy whatever swag they have, and I'm not sure if I expect it to be any good. I mostly don't, but, going to give it a fair shot. Behemoth stuff is still 71.0.0.0.0 based, so you probably fuck something up. Although I can't tell you what because I don't know what you're doing. Probably just fuck something up. I really liked Animal Crossing on the Switch. Not Geo XD, cool kid. What's your opinion on furries? I'm not a furry. I don't have strong opinions on furries, but I was actually talking about this with my wife a week or two ago, and because we had like a dinner party at our house, and we asked one of our friends what he had been up to, and he started telling us about how he got really into being a furry, and my wife said after he was done with the spiel, man, furry is the new gay. And I think I'm with my wife on this one. Furry is the new gay. I vape. Okay, it's midnight. I'm gonna call it, and I will be back at it tomorrow. Good night, gamers.